Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into a 1950s American high school classroom where the ranges shine, the aprons are freshly pressed, and an entire imaginary marriage appears to depend on whether a 16-year-old girl can produce 6 biscuits of approximately equal height. Along one wall sit white enamel sinks and chrome faucets. Along another, electric or gas ranges wait beneath neatly labelled cupboards. Sewing machines stand in rows nearby, their black metal bodies tucked into wooden cabinets like patient little officials. The room smells faintly of floor wax, flour, hot iron, and whatever was cooked during the previous class period. It looks cheerful, orderly, and almost domestic, except that every spoon has a designated drawer, and someone may be taking notes while you wash it. This is home economics, one of the places where many American girls were taught that adulthood would arrive not merely with age, but with competence, a straight seam, a balanced meal, a clean counter, a sensible budget, and the ability to make all of it look natural. The lessons could be useful, demanding, and even satisfying. They could also carry a quiet message. A future home was waiting, and you were expected to know how to run it before anyone handed you the keys. Before we tie on the apron, take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy quiet journeys into the forgotten rules and ordinary rooms of old America. Tell me where you're listening from and what time it is there. And while you're in the comments, tell me whether anyone in your family was taught cooking, sewing, ironing, or childcare as preparation for marriage rather than simply as a useful life skill. Many of these stories begin with your suggestions, so keep them coming. Now dim the lights, pull the blanket up, let your shoulders loosen and settle into the pillow. What did a home economics classroom actually teach? How much of the work was cooking, and how much involved clothing, nutrition, budgeting, cleaning, child development, or family life? Were the girls graded on taste, speed, posture, thrift, or all 4 at once? What happened when the cake fell, the seam wandered, or the white sauce developed the emotional texture of wallpaper paste? Did the class make a girl feel capable or merely observed? And when useful knowledge was wrapped inside one narrow picture of womanhood, where did the skill end and the expectation begin? Congratulations! You've just woken up in 1956. You're 16 years old. Your second period class is home economics, and the bell has released you into a tiled room that resembles a collection of small kitchens arranged for inspection. Your skirt reaches below the knee. Your notebook contains recipes, fabric samples, and headings written in careful blue ink. A cotton apron hangs on a peg with your name attached to it, because even a garment designed to receive gravy must apparently maintain proper records. At the front of the room, the teacher has written the day's assignment on the blackboard. Your group will prepare a simple luncheon, set the table, serve it correctly, and restore the work area before the bell. Nothing on that list sounds alarming until you notice the clock. You have less than an hour. One girl in your group has forgotten the eggs, another has never used this kind of range, and the measuring cup still contains a mysterious film from the previous class. The household of your future has not yet appeared. It is already running behind schedule. Welcome to modern womanhood. The classroom is divided into work units, and each unit asks you to behave as though 4 classmates are a cooperative family, rather than 4 teenagers negotiating who must chop the onion. One girl reads the recipe aloud. One measures. One watches the stove. One begins setting the table with the concentration of a surveyor establishing a national border. The teacher moves between the stations, checking hands-work surfaces, measuring methods, and the small habits that reveal whether you understand more than the finished dish. Flour should be levelled rather than packed. A knife should be placed safely. A wet spoon should not enter a dry ingredient. Handles should be turned away from the edge. These are sensible lessons, and many of them will remain useful for life. Yet they are taught inside a larger performance. The food should be nourishing, economical, attractive, timely, and served with composure. A future family, judging by the textbooks and demonstrations, will be hungry at regular intervals and curiously uninterested in how the meal became possible. Your task is to understand heat, timing, sanitation, appetite, and cost, while appearing emotionally untouched by the onion. The onion, meanwhile, has no such obligation. Home economics had developed into more than a collection of recipes. Its professional organizations, teachers, researchers, and college programs dealt with nutrition, textiles, clothing, sanitation, child development, housing, consumer decisions, and household management. What appeared to a student as one classroom period belonged to a much larger field that tried to apply science and organized knowledge to daily living. That history matters because it prevents us from dismissing the room as a factory for aprons. The girls are learning chemistry when heat changes starch mathematics, when a recipe is reduced biology, when nutrition is discussed, and practical economics when a meal must fit an imagined budget. Some students discover a genuine talent here. A girl who feels uncertain in algebra may become precise and confident while measuring fabric. Another may understand food safety design or child development well enough to imagine further study or paid work. But the classroom also reflects the limits of its time. Boys may be learning shop drafting, agriculture, or mechanical skills elsewhere in the building, while the girls are more often directed toward the labor of maintaining people. The knowledge is real. So is the assumption about who will use it for whom, and without a paycheck. Near the end of the period, the meal reaches the table. The sandwiches are cut neatly. The soup is hot, the napkins are folded, and the centerpiece is modest enough not to interfere with conversation among people who do not actually exist. The teacher may ask why certain foods were chosen, whether the colors are pleasing, whether the menu is balanced, and how much waste was produced. Then comes the part no magazine illustration finds especially photogenic. The dishes must be scraped and washed. The range must be wiped. Crumbs must disappear from the floor. Towels must be hung correctly. Ingredients must return to labeled shelves. If the group finishes the meal but leaves the room in disorder, the assignment is not finished because domestic work is not only creation, it is restoration. The successful household is expected to reset itself after every use, leaving behind the pleasant impression that soup simply occurred. This may be the most enduring lesson in the room. Visible results receive attention. Invisible preparation and cleanup become the background against which everyone else lives. By the time the bell rings, another class will enter and see clean counters. They will not see the argument over the onion, the missing eggs, the scorched saucepan, or the girl who quietly washed 3 extra plates because nobody else moved. You untie the apron and return it to the peg. The room is orderly again, but something has been added to your understanding of the future. You have learned that competence can feel good. There is satisfaction in rescuing a sauce, arranging a table, repairing a mistake, and watching a group produce something that did not exist 40 minutes earlier. These are not trivial abilities. They require memory, judgment, coordination, patience, and the calm management of several small disasters at once. Yet the praise often comes with the direction attached. You're not merely becoming capable. You're being prepared for a role that adult schools, advertisements, churches, magazines, and families may already describe as your natural destination. Experiences vary by region, race, income, religion, school resources, and family expectation. Not every girl takes the same course, and not every girl accepts the same future. Still, the message is widely recognizable. A well-run home will testify to the character of the woman inside it. Tomorrow that character will be tested in flour oven heat and a tray of biscuits that must rise together even when the girls making them do not yet know where their own lives will lead. A recipe card was not simply a set of instructions. It was a small paper contract between you, the ingredients, the clock, and an instructor who could detect an improperly leveled cup of flour from several feet away. The card might be handwritten in blue ink, typed and duplicated for the class, or copied carefully into a notebook that would one day be carried into a kitchen of your own. At the top sat the name of the dish. Beneath it came the ingredients in exact amounts, followed by a sequence of actions that appeared calm enough on paper: sift, measure, combine, stir, bake. No line mentioned the girl beside you dropping an eggshell into the bowl, the oven heating more slowly than expected, or the spoon disappearing beneath a folded towel. Recipes assumed order. Kitchens produced negotiations, yet the card offered reassurance. Follow the steps correctly and the same ingredients should produce roughly the same result, which was one reason scientific cookery appealed so strongly to home economics teachers. Household knowledge could be organized, measured, tested, and improved. Unfortunately, so could you. The biscuit on the tray was food, certainly, but it was also evidence. Its height, colour, texture, and tenderness would quietly report whether you'd read Carefully Worked Neatly and respected the authority of 1 teaspoon. Before the mixing begins, you stand at the work table and read the entire recipe, because starting without reading ahead is how a harmless bowl of batter becomes a domestic emergency. The teacher has probably warned the class to assemble all ingredients and equipment first. Flour, salt, baking powder, shortening milk, a mixing bowl, a sifter, a pastry blender or 2, knives, a measuring cup, measuring spoons, a rolling pin, and a baking sheet must be brought together before anyone turns on the oven. This is sensible organisation, although it also resembles preparing a small field hospital for dough. Dry ingredients are measured with cups designed for levelling, while liquids belong in a glass measuring cup placed on a flat surface and read at eye level. A tablespoon is not the large spoon from the cafeteria tray. A cup is not the floral teacup in your mother's cupboard. The classroom insists on standard measurements because recipes must be repeatable, and repeatability is a form of control. Too much flour produces heaviness. Too much liquid creates a sticky surrender. Too much baking powder may give the biscuits an ambitious rise followed by a disappointing collapse. The quantities are small, but the lesson is large. Accuracy prevents waste, and waste suggests carelessness. In a household where food money may already be carefully divided across the week, carelessness is not merely untidy, it is expensive. The flour must be handled with unusual diplomacy. Depending on the recipe, it may be sifted before measuring or measured before sifting, a distinction capable of producing more classroom debate than the ingredients seem to deserve. You spoon it lightly into the cup, avoiding the temptation to scoop and compress it, then sweep a straight edge across the top. The motion is modest and precise. Beside you, another girl presses flour into her cup, as though packing snow for defensive architecture. Her biscuits are already in danger. Salt and baking powder follow, each levelled with care because a rounded spoon can alter the result. Then the shortening is cut into the dry mixture until the pieces resemble coarse crumbs. This comparison appears frequently because recipes need a visual language. Coarse crumbs tells you what the mixture should look like when words such as sufficient and properly would be useless. The fingers, eyes, and wrists learn alongside the mind. You begin to recognize texture before the dough exists, to hear when a spoon scrapes the bowl correctly, and to notice when shortening has become too warm. These are real skills acquired through repetition rather than instinct. The culture may call a woman naturally gifted in the kitchen, but nature has contributed very little to the correct use of a pastry blender. Someone had to show her. Someone had to let her fail. Milk is added gradually and the recipe warns against overmixing. This is where obedience becomes unexpectedly difficult. The dough looks uneven. Small dry patches remain. Every tidy impulse suggests that you should continue stirring until the mixture becomes perfectly smooth. But perfect smoothness is precisely what may produce a tough biscuit. You must stop before the bowl looks finished. It is a peculiar lesson. Competence sometimes means resisting the desire to improve what should be left alone. The dough is turned onto a lightly floured board, kneaded only a few times, then rolled or patted to an even thickness. Too much handling develops the structure and changes the tenderness. Too little may leave the mixture poorly combined. You cut each round straight down without twisting, because twisting can seal the edges and interfere with an even rise. The cutter produces neat circles, while the scraps are gathered and cut again. Those second biscuits may emerge slightly less tender, a quiet reminder that efficiency has a texture. Nothing should be wasted, but every act of reuse carries a small cost. The dough has now become a classroom diagram of household management. Preserve resources, avoid excess, understand materials, and produce something attractive enough that no one thinks about the compromises required. While the tray enters the oven, you wash the first bowl and restore part of the work area. Waiting is not considered empty time. There is always another surface to wipe, another utensil, to return another step to prepare. The recipe provides a baking range rather than an absolute promise, because ovens vary and food refuses to cooperate with the confidence of printed instructions. You watch through the glass if the range has a window, or open the door briefly when necessary, releasing heat and risking a warning from the teacher. The biscuits begin to rise. Their tops lose the pale softness of raw dough and take on a warm golden colour. The smell spreads through the classroom, mixing with hot metal soap and flour dust. For a moment, the whole exercise becomes comforting. You have transformed a row of ordinary ingredients into something warm enough to split and butter. That pleasure matters. Cooking can be creative, generous, and deeply satisfying, and many girls carried these lessons into adulthood with pride. But the pleasure exists beside evaluation. Are the biscuits evenly shaped? Are the sides straight? Is the crust too dark? Is the inside tender or damp? The class is not merely tasting, it is reading the result like a report card that happens to be edible. When the tray is placed on the table, the teacher may select one biscuit and break it open. The interior reveals what the exterior attempted to conceal. A fine, even texture suggests careful mixing. Large tunnels may indicate overhandling or uneven distribution. A heavy center may point toward incorrect measurement, poor oven temperature, or dough rolled too thick. The language remains practical, but the social meaning can extend beyond the assignment. A reliable cook is imagined as a reliable woman, attentive, economical, patient, clean, and able to follow through. One successful biscuit does not prove any of those qualities, of course. A biscuit has limited insight into character, yet domestic culture often treated the finished meal as a reflection of the person who prepared it. If the food was good, the household seemed cared for. If it failed, the failure could feel personal, especially when girls had been told that feeding others would become one of their central responsibilities. This was not true in every family, nor did every teacher turn cookery into a marriage examination. Many instructors emphasized nutrition, independence, safety, and practical competence. Still, the connection between cooking and womanly worth was difficult to miss. A future husband might never be asked to demonstrate his moral stability through pastry. The pastry remained strangely uninterested in fairness. You taste the biscuit while it's still warm. Perhaps it is excellent. Perhaps it is slightly dense but entirely edible. Perhaps the bottoms are darker than intended because the baking sheet was placed too low. The teacher discusses what happened without requiring a family crisis, and you write a brief evaluation in your notebook. Good colour, uneven shape dough handled too much, reduce baking time. This habit of examining the result is one of the most valuable parts of the lesson. You're not simply told that you succeeded or failed. You learn to identify causes, adjust a method, and try again. The recipe card becomes less like a command and more like a map, whose symbols make sense after you've travelled the route. Yet tucked between the measurements and corrections is the future everyone keeps imagining for you. The card may eventually enter a wooden recipe box beside meatloaf white sauce pie crust, and the cake reserved for company. Its corners will soften. A drop of vanilla may stain one side. Someone may ask you to make the biscuits because you always make them well, and praise will gradually become responsibility. For now, however, the bell is about to ring. You brush flour from your skirt, close the notebook, and leave behind a cooling tray of evidence. Next time the oven will be less forgiving, the waste more noticeable, and the rule against ruining food much harder to ignore. An oven was not merely a heated box. It was a test of whether you could predict the future 20 minutes in advance. The recipe might say 400 degrees and 12 to 15 minutes, as though every range in America had entered into a private agreement to behave consistently. In reality, one oven ran hot, another warmed slowly, and a third seemed to distribute heat according to personal preference. The dial offered reassurance more than certainty. You learned to preheat early, place the rack correctly, avoid opening the door too often, and notice whether the heat came from gas or electric elements. In the home economics classroom, the teacher might encourage the use of an oven thermometer, but the more important instrument was attention. The biscuits had to be watched without being disturbed, timed without being forgotten, and removed at the narrow moment between pale disappointment and blackened evidence. A few minutes could change breakfast into an apology. This was presented as kitchen judgment, and it was. But it also carried a moral undertone. A girl who watched the oven was careful. A girl who burned the tray had wasted flour milk, shortening fuel and time. The biscuits were no longer simply overdone. They had become a small economic event. The class begins with confidence. The dough has been mixed, cut, and arranged in tidy rows on a baking sheet. The oven has been preheating, at least according to the dial, and the room is already warm. You slide the tray onto the center rack and close the door gently. Then the waiting begins. The wall clock ticks above the blackboard. Another group washes measuring cups. Someone across the room beats cake batter with more enthusiasm than control. The teacher reminds everyone to record the starting time because memory becomes surprisingly creative when several things are cooking at once. You write it down in the margin of the recipe card. For the first few minutes, nothing appears to happen. Then the dough begins to rise, the edges set, and a warm, floury smell reaches the work table. This is the moment when attention becomes difficult. The food is not ready yet, it seems capable of managing itself. There are bowls to wash, crumbs to sweep, and table settings to arrange. A classmate asks a question. The teacher demonstrates something near the front of the room. 5 quiet minutes pass with remarkable speed. The oven continues working without supervision, which is convenient right up to the moment it is not. The first warning is the smell. Properly baking bread has a soft, warm sweetness. Burning flour has authority. It crosses the room, enters every conversation, and announces that someone has made a mistake before anyone knows whose mistake it is. You glance toward the oven. A thin grey haze may be gathering near the door, or perhaps the edges of the biscuits have turned a shade darker than respectable golden brown. The tray comes out quickly, protected by thick pads that must be dry because damp fabric conducts heat with alarming efficiency. The tops may still look acceptable, but the bottoms are scorched. One row has suffered more than the other because the heat was uneven, the pan was too dark, or the rack sat too close to the source. Now comes the examination. Was the temperature too high? Was the tray left in too long? Was the oven fully preheated before baking began? Did someone misread the clock? The teacher does not need to accuse anyone. The biscuits provide testimony. You scrape one gently with a knife, hoping the damage is superficial. The blackened layer falls away in bitter crumbs. Culinary rescue has begun, though morale has not been consulted. Food waste carried particular weight in households shaped by memories of scarcity. Many parents and teachers in the 1950s had lived through the Depression wartime rationing shortages, or years when grocery money required careful planning. Even in more comfortable post-war homes, thrift remained a virtue. Bread heels were saved. Bacon drippings might be collected. Leftover meat could reappear in hash casseroles, sandwiches, or soup. Sour milk might be used in baking when appropriate rather than poured away. A bruised apple was trimmed, not mourned. The lesson was not that every scrap must be preserved forever, but that food represented money, labor, transportation, fuel, and someone's time. Throwing it away casually suggested poor management. In the classroom, this principle became part of the grade. Ingredients should be measured correctly, portions should be planned sensibly, and failures should be analyzed so they would not be repeated. Yet the burden of thrift was often gendered. The future homemaker was expected to stretch the food budget, prevent spoilage disguise, leftovers satisfy different appetites, and absorb the blame when economy became visible. A meal could be inexpensive. It was not supposed to look inexpensive. Apparently thrift was admirable only when served attractively. You're now faced with the practical question of whether the biscuits can be saved. Some may be trimmed and served, especially if the damage is limited to the base. Others are too bitter, too hard, or too dark to defend. The teacher may ask the group to separate usable food from what must be discarded, a task requiring honesty. Covering a burned surface with butter does not reverse chemistry, nor does placing the least damaged biscuit at the top of the basket transform the others beneath it. Still, the instinct to conceal failure is powerful. Domestic culture praised meals that appeared effortless and often gave little room for visible experimentation. A professional cook could call a mistake part of the learning process. A wife serving guests might fear it would be treated as proof that she was careless. The classroom stands somewhere between those worlds. Here you're allowed to fail, but the failure is observed, discussed, and written down. You note that the oven ran hot, or that the timer was not checked soon enough. The language remains calm and technical. Privately, you remember the smell reaching every corner of the room. Some mistakes are educational, others have excellent circulation. The burn tray also teaches that timing in a kitchen rarely belongs to one dish. The biscuits must finish when the eggs are ready, the coffee is hot, the table is set, and the people expected to eat are actually present. Remove them too early and they cool. Leave them too long and they harden. Begin too late and everyone waits. In a classroom exercise, the schedule is compressed into one period. In a household, the same coordination may stretch across an entire day. Dinner must account for work hours, school activities, shopping, thawing, baking, and the uncertain arrival of a husband whose train, bus, or automobile does not necessarily respect the meal plan. The cook is expected to adjust without allowing the adjustment to become visible. Heat can be lowered. A sauce can be held. Meat can rest. Biscuits are less cooperative. They want to be eaten warm and have no interest in traffic conditions. This is why kitchen timing becomes a form of invisible mental labor. The person cooking is not merely following instructions. She is forecasting, sequencing, remembering, and correcting. When everything reaches the table together, the coordination disappears into the meal. When one item burns, suddenly everyone becomes a specialist. By the end of class, the surviving biscuits have been evaluated, the unusable ones discarded, and the baking sheet soaked or scrubbed until the dark residue begins to lift. The waste is visible in the bin, which makes it more instructive than a number written in a textbook. Flour had to be milled, packaged, purchased, carried, measured, and mixed before it became something that could be ruined in 15 inattentive minutes. That realization can produce care, but it can also create anxiety. If every failed dish represents lost money and questionable character experimentation becomes dangerous. Some girls respond by becoming cautious cooks, following familiar recipes exactly. Others learn to recover quickly, trim the scorched edge, adjust the oven, and try again. Both responses are understandable. The deeper skill is not perfection. It is knowing what went wrong without allowing one blackened tray to define you. The classroom may not always say that clearly, because the period prefers lessons in competence to conversations about self-forgiveness. Still, the next batch is prepared. The oven temperature is checked. The starting time is written down. This time, someone remains near the door watching the biscuits rise as though guarding the household budget itself. Soon, the class will move beyond baking and begin arranging the table, where the food must not only survive the oven, but also arrive in the correct place beside the correct fork. For a family that has not yet been invented, a table was not simply a place to eat. It was a small stage on which a girl could demonstrate that she understood order, proportion, timing, and the mysterious emotional needs of forks. In the home economics classroom, the meal may still be cooling on the counter, but the table must already suggest calm. A cloth is spread without wrinkles. Plates are centered before each chair. Knives face inward because even cutlery is expected to display good manners. Forks sit to the left. Spoons and knives to the right, glasses above the knife napkins, folded neatly enough to imply that no one in the household has ever grabbed one while chasing a spill. The arrangement depends on the meal. Soup requires one spoon, dessert may require another, and a more formal occasion can produce enough silverware to make an ordinary lunch feel like an entrance examination. You're not preparing a place for people you know. You're rehearsing for a family that exists only in textbooks, diagrams, and the confident assumptions of adults. The husband is not yet present. The children have not been born. The dining room may never resemble this classroom. Nevertheless, their imaginary places must be set correctly. The teacher begins with distance. A plate should sit roughly an inch from the edge of the table. Flatware should align neatly at the bottom. Glasses should be positioned where a right-handed diner can reach them without launching an elbow into the centerpiece. These instructions are practical, but they also teach a visual language. A properly set table tells the guest that someone anticipated the meal, considered the sequence, and cared enough to prepare before anyone sat down. The details reduce confusion. You know which fork to use because the table has already planned the evening for you. Yet the lesson rarely ends with convenience. Order becomes evidence of refinement. A crooked place setting suggests haste. A spotted glass suggests poor inspection. A wrinkled cloth suggests that the iron, the schedule, or possibly civilization itself has failed. You smooth the fabric with both hands, then step back to compare the chairs. One is slightly farther from the table than the others. You correct it. The chairs now appear united in purpose, although none of them has expressed an opinion. Across the room, another group debates whether the bread plate belongs above the fork or whether their entire arrangement has drifted half an inch toward disaster. The centerpiece comes next, and it must be attractive without interfering with conversation. Tall flowers may look impressive, but if guests must lean around them to speak, the arrangement has defeated the social purpose of dinner. A low bowl, a few seasonal blossoms, polished fruit, or greenery may be more suitable. The choice depends on what is available, what can be afforded, and what the occasion appears to demand. In a modest household, beauty is expected to emerge from thrift. A girl might learn to use garden flowers. Autumn leaves a clean cloth or a carefully placed bowl rather than expensive decorations. This can encourage genuine creativity. It can also create another invisible standard: the home should look gracious, without revealing what grace costs. The best result appears natural, as though the dining room arranged itself out of affection. You trim a stem, wipe moisture from the vase, and rotate the bowl until the fullest side faces the room. The flowers are now balanced. The household may still contain bills, fatigue, disagreement, or a burned saucepan hidden in the kitchen, but the centerpiece has been instructed not to mention them. Then comes the napkin, a square of fabric with an unexpectedly complicated social life. It may be placed to the left of the fork centered on the plate, or folded according to the formality of the meal. The classroom might teach simple folds rather than theatrical constructions, but even simplicity requires precision. Corners should meet, edges should lie flat. The napkin is handled with clean hands and placed so it can be lifted without disturbing the rest of the setting. In daily family life, paper napkins are increasingly available, but cloth still carries a sense of care and formality in many homes. Cloth also carries laundry, starching, ironing, storage, and the quiet arithmetic of how many guests can be seated before the household runs out of matching pieces. You fold one napkin, then another, creating identical shapes for people with entirely different habits. One future child may drop peas into the fold. One guest may use it only once. Someone may tuck it into a collar despite every lesson in etiquette. The napkins remain hopeful. Their optimism is one of the more touching features of the dining room. Serving introduces movement into the arrangement. The table can look perfect while empty, but perfection becomes harder once hot dishes, elbows, conversation, and appetite arrive. You must know which foods are placed on the table and which are served from the side. You may practice passing dishes in an orderly direction, offering food without reaching across another person, and removing plates without creating a clatter loud enough to interrupt the conversation. Handles should face outward. Serving spoons should not disappear into the gravy. Water glasses should be filled without touching the rim with the pitcher. The hostess is expected to notice who needs more bread, whether the butter dish is empty, whether a guest has been overlooked, and whether the child at the far end is quietly constructing architecture from mashed potatoes. She participates in the meal while monitoring it from above like an air traffic controller wearing a clean dress. This attentiveness can be an expression of hospitality and love. It can also mean that the person who prepared the meal is the least able to relax while eating it. Conversation itself may enter the curriculum. A pleasant table should not be silent, but neither should it become argumentative, embarrassing, or overly personal. Guests are to be included. Children may be expected to wait their turn. Certain topics are safer than others. A hostess should help conversation move around obstacles without making the repair visible. If one guest monopolizes the discussion, another becomes uncomfortable, or a family disagreement begins to surface between the potatoes and the peas, someone must redirect the room. The skill is subtle. You ask a question, introduce a lighter subject, or turn attention toward the food. Would you care for more rolls can mean several things, including please stop discussing Uncle Walter's business failure. Girls learning table service were therefore practicing more than arrangement. They were learning emotional management, how to read faces, anticipate discomfort, soften tension, and preserve the appearance of harmony. Such work was rarely listed beside cooking and sewing, yet it could consume just as much attention. A family meal was supposed to nourish relationships. When those relationships became difficult, the hostess was often expected to season the atmosphere. The lesson also carried strong assumptions about class and belonging. A formal place setting reflected one ideal of respectable middle-class life, but American families ate in many different ways. Some gathered in farm kitchens after long work days. Some ate in crowded apartments with mismatched dishes. Some took meals in shifts because of factory hours, domestic service schedules, military duty, or night work. Some families used traditions shaped by immigration, religion, region, or generations of community practice that did not resemble the diagrams in a school manual. Black girls in segregated schools might study domestic arts with fewer resources, while facing a society that praised household skill, yet often directed them toward poorly paid domestic work in other people's homes. Rural girls might already know how to feed a large family, but still be graded on a standardized table arrangement. Working-class girls could learn formal service while knowing that their future kitchens might not contain a dining room at all. The classroom ideal was not meaningless, but it was selective. It taught one version of order, and often presented that version as though every household had the same rooms, money, time, and future. When the practice meal ends, the chairs are pushed back into place, and the table is examined one final time. Crumbs must be removed, glass rings must be wiped away, napkins go to the laundry, leftovers return to the kitchen, the centerpiece is lifted, the cloth shaken or folded, and the room slowly loses the evidence that anyone has eaten. You may have spent an hour preparing a scene that lasted 15 minutes. This is the strange arithmetic of hospitality. The appearance of ease is produced by work performed before and after the guest is watching. The table gave many women a place to create beauty-preserved traditions, welcome neighbors, celebrate holidays, and hold families together through ordinary repetition. It also became another surface on which competence could be judged. The fork was straight. The glass was clear. The meal arrived. Therefore someone had succeeded. Rarely did anyone ask how long she'd been standing. You leave the classroom with the diagram still visible in your notebook plate in the center fork to the left knife and spoon to the right glass above napkin, arranged according to occasion. The page is calm, symmetrical, and entirely free of hungry people. Real life will be less obedient. A child will spill milk. A guest will arrive late. A husband may read the newspaper through dinner. Someone will dislike the vegetables. Someone else will praise the centerpiece and never notice who washed the vase. Still, the lesson has taught you how to create a moment of order in the middle of ordinary disorder. That ability can be generous and beautiful. It can also become a duty that expands until every meal feels like a public statement about the woman who served it. For now, the imaginary family has finished eating. Their plates remain clean, their manners remain excellent, and not one of them has offered to help with the dishes. The next lesson begins at the sink. The meal may be finished, but the kitchen is only changing shifts. Plates are stacked near the sink, serving spoons rest in cooling pans, and a thin line of gravy has begun drying along the edge of a platter with the determination of plaster. In the home economics classroom, this is where the pleasant photograph ends and the actual household continues. The table has been cleared, the imaginary family has departed, and the room must now be restored so completely that the next class will enter without seeing the labour that came before them. You scrape food into the proper container, separate anything that can be saved, carry glassware carefully, and arrange the dishes in an order that prevents the sink from becoming a ceramic landslide. The teacher watches not only whether things become clean, but how efficiently the cleaning is organized. Knives should not disappear beneath cloudy water. Delicate glasses should not be placed under heavy plates. Greasy pans should not be allowed to coat everything else with the democratic layer of fat. Dishwashing is treated as a sequence because a sequence reduces breakage, saves water controls grease, and keeps 4 girls from reaching into the same basin at once. Apparently even soap requires administration. Before washing begins, the leftovers must be judged. Some food can be covered labelled refrigerated or incorporated into another meal. Other scraps belong in the waste container. The difference is not always obvious, especially when thrift and sanitation pull in opposite directions. A girl is expected to avoid waste, but she's also expected to understand that warm milk meat drippings, mayonnaise, custards, and other perishable foods cannot remain on the table indefinitely without risk. Refrigerators are increasingly common in post-war households, yet their size, reliability, and temperature control vary, and not every family owns the newest appliance celebrated in magazine advertisements. In class, you learn to cool certain foods, promptly use clean containers, cover them properly, and avoid returning serving utensils that have touched plates to the original dish. These practices are practical and increasingly shaped by modern public health guidance. They are also another example of domestic responsibility expanding with knowledge. The more science enters the kitchen, the more the homemaker is expected to remember. She must be thrifty without being unsafe, generous without preparing too much, and cautious without appearing nervous. The casserole cannot simply be left on the stove until someone feels hungry again. Bacteria, unlike the family, do not wait for an invitation. The sink is filled with hot water and detergent or soap, depending on the classroom and household. The temperature should be high enough to loosen grease and support cleaning, but not so high that your hands become part of the demonstration. Rubber gloves exist, though they are not always used, and many women learn to judge the water by touch before lowering the first glass. The usual order begins with the least greasy items: glasses, cups, silverware, plates, serving dishes, and finally pots and pans. This prevents clean-looking items from bathing in the remains of the frying pan. Each glass is washed inside and out, rinsed carefully, and placed where it cannot be struck by an elbow. Silverware is cleaned piece by piece with special attention to the spaces between fork tines. Plates are turned beneath the water, their rims checked for lipstick grease or dried egg. A dish that looks clean under cloudy water may reveal an entirely different biography when held toward the light. The teacher may run a finger along the edge or inspect the base, where careless washing leaves a faint greasy ring. This is not cruelty. It is quality control conducted by someone who understands that soap has limits, and teenagers have schedules. Drying is its own procedure. A clean towel is required, and once it becomes damp or soiled, it should be replaced rather than carried through the entire kitchen like a travelling microorganism. Some dishes may be allowed to air dry, which reduces contact with towels, but classroom routines and limited rack space often require hand drying. You hold glasses by the base polish away water spots, and resist the temptation to push a towel deep into a narrow tumbler with enough force to crack it. Plates are dried front and back. Handles, rims, and the undersides of bowls receive attention because cleanliness that exists only on visible surfaces is not considered complete. Then each item returns to its designated cupboard. The arrangement matters. Heavy pieces belong where they can be lifted safely. Frequently used utensils should be accessible. Matching cups are grouped together. Pot lids do not wander into philosophical exile beneath the sink. In a well-run kitchen, storage shortens future work. In a poorly arranged one, every meal begins with an archaeological expedition. The lesson sounds simple: put things where they belong. The deeper expectation is that you will remember where everything belongs for the benefit of people who may never learn. Pots and pans wait until last because they require negotiation. A saucepan lined with dried sauce may need soaking. A skillet coated in grease may be wiped before washing, so that the basin does not become an oil field. Abrasive cleaners can remove stubborn residue, but they may damage certain finishes. Aluminum, enamel, cast iron, glass, and newer coated surfaces do not all respond to the same treatment, and the future homemaker is expected to know the difference. Cast iron may be cleaned and dried in a way that protects its seasoning. Enamel can chip. Aluminum may discolor. A pan that looks indestructible can still be ruined by the wrong tool applied with sufficient enthusiasm. You scrape carefully, soak strategically, and scrub in circles while the rest of the group completes easier tasks. The burned biscuit tray from the previous lesson may return as a practical reminder that mistakes continue demanding attention after the food has been eaten. Cooking lasts until the pan is clean. Failure apparently comes with an extended warranty. Once the dishes are away, the kitchen itself must be sanitized and reset. Countertops are cleared of crumbs, flour, grease, and moisture. Cutting boards are washed thoroughly, especially after contact with raw meat or eggs. Sink basins are scrubbed, drains cleared, and faucets wiped until water spots disappear. Range tops require special attention around burners, where drips harden quickly under heat. Handles, knobs, refrigerator doors, drawer pulls, and other frequently touched surfaces may carry invisible residue even when the room looks tidy. The floor is swept beginning at the edges and moving toward a central pile, rather than redistributing crumbs across the linoleum. A wet spill must be wiped before someone slips. Damp cloths are rinsed and hung to dry instead of being folded into fragrant little ecosystems beside the sink. Waste containers are emptied when necessary and cleaned if they have leaked. These routines are partly about appearance, but increasingly they are also about sanitation. A bright counter can still be unsafe. A dull one can be perfectly clean. The classroom tries to teach both, though popular domestic imagery often prefers shine because shine photographs better. Resetting the kitchen means preparing it for work that has not yet begun. Towels are folded, soap is returned, measuring cups are nested, ingredients are checked and stored, chairs are straightened, aprons are hung. The next class should find the room ready just as a family is expected to find the household ready each morning without witnessing the work performed the night before. This is one of the central habits home economics reinforces: do not merely complete the present task. Reduce the difficulty of the next one. Fill the sugar container before it is empty. Replace the towel before it's needed. Notice that the soap is low. Wipe the spill before it dries. Such foresight is valuable in any shared space, yet it can become invisible when assigned repeatedly to one person. The family sees that everything is available. They do not see the continuous noticing that keeps it available. A clean kitchen is therefore not a static achievement. It is a system of observation. Someone is always scanning the room for what will become a problem later. In many homes, girls learned these habits long before a school instructor formalized them. They stood beside mothers, grandmothers, older sisters, aunts, foster parents or employers, and absorbed the order of work through repetition. In farm households, large families, crowded apartments, boarding houses, and working-class kitchens, dishwashing might involve many more plates and far fewer conveniences than the classroom exercise suggests. Hot water might require planning. Counter space might be limited. Several people might share one sink. Black girls and working-class girls could be trained in domestic tasks both for their own households and for paid work in kitchens belonging to wealthier families, a reality very different from the suburban ideal of the cheerful future wife managing her private home. Some girls already possessed considerable skill before entering class. Others had rarely washed a pan. The standardized lesson placed them side by side and graded them according to one visible routine, even though the homes waiting outside the school doors were anything but standard. At last, the instructor examines the work unit. She checks the sink runs a hand across the counter, opens a cupboard and looks toward the floor beneath the table, where one pea has attempted to establish an independent life. It is removed. The kitchen now appears untouched. This is considered success. You dry your hands, smooth the front of your skirt, and look back at the shining surfaces. There is satisfaction in the result. Disorder has been reduced. Equipment is ready. Nothing smells burned. Tomorrow's work will begin more easily because today's work was finished properly. But the lesson has also introduced a demanding standard. The household should not merely be cleaned. It should be continually returned to readiness, no matter how many meals, children, guests, accidents, or exhausted people pass through it. The clean counter is real. So is the fatigue required to keep producing it. You leave the room just as the next bell rings, and the new class enters a kitchen that seems to have been waiting peacefully for them all morning. No one sees the dishwater cooling in your hands. Soon the curriculum will move from soap and surfaces to laundry, where a white shirt will be expected to emerge from water, not merely clean, but carrying no evidence that dirt ever existed. Laundry began long before the water touched the clothes. It began on the floor where the week's shirts, socks, towels, undergarments, handkerchiefs, sheets, and children's play clothes formed a soft, accusing landscape of everything the household had done since the last wash day. In the home economics classroom, the pile is smaller and more polite, but the principle is the same. You do not simply place all fabric into one machine and hope civilization survives. Whites must be separated from colours. Delicate fabrics must be kept away from rough towels. Heavily soiled work clothes require different attention from a lightly worn blouse. Wool, rayon, cotton, and newer synthetic fibres do not all respond to heat soap friction and drying in the same way. Pockets must be checked for coins, pencils, tissues, and the occasional object whose owner will later insist was extremely important. Buttons are fastened or protected. Tears are identified before washing makes them larger. Stains are examined while their history can still be guessed. Laundry is therefore part cleaning, part textile science, and part household investigation. The shirt does not explain where the grease came from. It simply arrives expecting treatment. The white load receives special attention because white fabric has an unfortunate habit of remembering everything. Perspiration darkens collars. Food leaves pale shadows. Dust collects at cuffs. Repeated washing can make cotton look grey or yellow, especially when soap residue, minerals in the water, or inadequate rinsing remain in the fibres. A white shirt is supposed to suggest freshness order, and careful maintenance, not the complicated chemistry required to keep it that way. You examine the collar and rub soap or a prepared cleaning agent into the soil. Stubborn spots may be treated before the garment enters the wash water. The teacher reminds the class that stains must be identified before heat sets them permanently, because hot water can help some problems and preserve others for future generations. Blood, grease, ink, fruit, rust, and grass do not surrender to the same method. Apply the wrong treatment and the stain may spread, fade unevenly, or become a decorative feature nobody requested. The homemaker is expected to know these distinctions through training experience and perhaps a chart kept near the laundry area. Clothing enters the household with labels. Dirt prefers anonymity. The equipment available depends greatly on the home. A newer automatic washer may fill, agitate, drain and spin with less direct handling, though it still requires sorting, measuring stain, treatment, loading, unloading and judgment. Other households use wringer washers where clothing moves from the wash tub through rollers that squeeze out water before it reaches the rinse tubs. The wringer saves the arms from some twisting, but it demands caution. Fingers, hair, loose sleeves, and buttons must remain clear of the rollers. A girl learning the procedure is shown how to feed fabric evenly, and how to release the pressure if something catches. In homes without such equipment, laundry may still involve tubs, scrub boards, hand-wringing kettles, or water carried and heated through considerable effort. Advertisements may describe wash day as newly effortless, usually while showing a smiling woman beside an appliance polished to the brightness of a new automobile. The machine can reduce particular forms of labor. It cannot sort the clothes, recognize the stain, protect the fabric, hang the load, fold the towels, or explain why one red sock has reorganized the entire white population. Water temperature becomes another decision. Hot water can help remove heavy soil from sturdy white cottons, but it may shrink, fade, weaken, or set certain stains. Warm water is gentler for many colored fabrics. Cool water protects still more materials, though the soaps and detergents available may perform differently depending on temperature and water hardness. You measure the cleaning product rather than pouring with heroic confidence. Too little may leave soil behind. Too much can produce excessive suds, difficult rinsing residue, and the illusion that cleanliness is proportional to foam. In soap-based washing, hard water can create deposits that dull fabric and complicate the process. Newer synthetic detergents increasingly promise better performance under difficult conditions, but households adopt products and machines unevenly. The classroom tries to translate all of this into orderly rules. Use the correct amount, avoid overloading. Allow water and cleaning solution to circulate and rinse thoroughly. In practice, the family laundry basket does not arrive in scientifically convenient quantities. It arrives full. The household budget does not necessarily approve a second load. Efficiency requires deciding how much can be washed safely without forcing the machine to negotiate with a compacted wall of sheets. Bluing appears almost magical because it does not remove greyness so much as persuade the eye to notice something else. A tiny amount of blue colouring added correctly to rinse water can counteract yellow tones and make white fabric appear brighter. The quantity must be small and evenly distributed. Too much produces blue streaks, spots, or garments that look as though they have begun a quiet transformation into uniforms. The bluing should not be poured directly onto the cloth. It is diluted, first mixed through the water and used with restraint. This is a lesson in optical correction as much as washing. The shirt may not be literally whiter, but it looks fresher under ordinary light, and appearance carries social meaning. Clean white collars, handkerchiefs, table linens, and sheets can suggest that the household is well managed. A dingy garment may be interpreted not as evidence of hard water, limited equipment exhausting labour, or an aging fabric, but as evidence that someone has failed to care properly. The chemical problem belongs to the water. The judgment settles on the woman. Rinsing must remove the cleaning product without undoing the work already performed. One rinse may not be enough for heavily soaped fabric, yet every additional rinse requires water time lifting, and perhaps another journey through the wringer. The cloth is checked for slipperiness or remaining suds. Towels should not emerge stiff with residue. Underwear must be thoroughly clean. Baby clothes, when present, may receive particular care because delicate skin reacts to what fabric retains. Then the load is prepared for drying. Outdoors garments are shaken, straightened, and attached to a clothesline with wooden clothespins. Shirts may be hung from the lower edge to reduce marks at the shoulders. Towels are spread rather than folded over the line if space allows. Sheets become large white sails that catch the breeze, shade the yard, and advertise to the neighbourhood that wash day is proceeding. Rain threatens the schedule. Dust smoke birds, insects, freezing weather, and sudden wind offer their own opinions. Indoor drying racks help when weather refuses cooperation, but wet laundry occupies space and adds moisture to the house. An electric or gas dryer may be available in some households, though it brings decisions about heat fabric damage, operating cost, and whether the family can afford another modern convenience with an appetite for electricity. The work differs sharply across families. although domestic ideals often pretend otherwise. A suburban household with an automatic washer, hot running water, a basement laundry area, and an outdoor line does not face the same wash day as a rural family managing limited water or a tenant carrying clothes to a shared laundry room. A woman employed outside the home must compress sorting, washing, drying and folding into evenings or weekends. A mother with several children may finish one load only to discover that another has already been created. Black women employed in domestic service could spend the day laundering, ironing and caring for clothing in a white household before returning to the same work in their own homes. Girls in working-class families might already have years of practical experience, while classmates from wealthier homes may know the procedure mainly from instruction. Some families use commercial laundries for shirt sheets or heavier items when money permits. Others repair and wash the same garments repeatedly, because replacement is not an easy option. The home economics lesson presents correct methods. Life determines whether there is enough time, equipment, space, money, and help to follow them. By afternoon, the white shirts hang in a row, moving gently in the air. From a distance they look effortless. Clean fabric, straight seams, bright collars, sunlight passing through the sleeves. The labour has disappeared into the result. No one can see the sorting, soaking, scrubbing, lifting, rinsing, wringing, bluing, and careful judgment that brought them there. This disappearance is part of the domestic standard. A husband puts on a fresh shirt and goes to work. A child carries a clean handkerchief to school. A guest sleeps between laundered sheets. The fabric performs cleanliness while the person who produced it remains outside the picture. There can be pride in this work. A difficult stain removed, a damaged garment preserved, or a line of fresh laundry in the sun offers a real sense of accomplishment. But satisfaction does not erase repetition. Every clean shirt is already moving toward its next collar stain. Every empty hamper is temporary. You gather the dry garments before evening dampness settles. Each piece is checked, folded, or set aside for the next stage. Some items are ready for drawers. Others must be sprinkled, lightly rolled, and allowed to rest so they will be easier to press. Shirts require smooth collars, flat cuffs, straight plackets, and sleeves without accidental creases. Table linens must appear calm enough for the imaginary family dinner. The washing has removed the dirt, but cleanliness alone is no longer sufficient. Fabric must also look disciplined. You place the dampened clothes into a basket, cover them, so the moisture distributes evenly, and carry them toward the ironing board. The white shirt has survived stains, soap, hard water, bluing rollers, clothespins, and weather. Now it will be placed beneath a hot iron and judged by whether anyone can detect a wrinkle. The laundry is clean. The examination continues. Ironing was not the removal of wrinkles. It was the conversion of damp ordinary fabric into evidence that a household was under control. The ironing board stands open near a window or electrical outlet, its padded surface covered with clean cotton and marked by the faint history of earlier scorchings. Beside it sits a basket of clothes that were washed yesterday, sprinkled with water rolled tightly, and left to absorb the moisture evenly. A heavy iron waits on its rest, warming with the stern patience of an object designed to punish hesitation. In an older household, the iron may be heated on a stove in exchange for another when it cools. In a newer one, an electric cord trails across the floor, offering greater convenience and one additional thing to avoid with your feet. The work begins before the metal touches the cloth. Fabrics must be sorted according to heat. Delicate synthetics and rayons require caution. Cotton shirts and household linens tolerate more. Wool may need steam, a pressing cloth, and very little enthusiasm. The clean laundry has already survived washing, rinsing, bluing, wringing, weather, and clothespins. Now every fibre must lie down politely. You start with the pieces requiring the lowest temperature and move towards sturdier fabrics as the iron becomes hotter. This saves time and protects clothing, assuming the dial can be trusted and the iron does not carry heat with the emotional subtlety of a furnace. A handkerchief is simple enough corners, aligned edges smooth the iron moved steadily without lingering. A blouse requires more judgment. Seams are pressed from the correct side. Buttons are avoided rather than flattened into small plastic regrets. Lace pleats, gathers, and decorative trim must be handled according to their construction. The iron is lifted and placed, not dragged carelessly when pressing is needed. On some fabrics, a damp cloth protects the surface from shine or scorching. On others, steam relaxes wrinkles. You learn to watch the cloth change under heat to feel resistance in the handle and to notice the faint smell that warns something is becoming too hot. Freshly pressed cotton smells warm and clean. Scorching has a sharper announcement. It rises quickly, spreads through the room and makes everyone nearby develop an immediate interest in your work. Starch adds another level of negotiation. It can give collars, cuffs, aprons, napkins, and certain dresses the crisp body expected of well-kept clothing, but too much creates stiffness strong enough to resist the person wearing it. Commercial starch may be purchased ready for use or prepared and diluted according to instructions. The garment must receive it evenly. A collar soaked too heavily can dry into a narrow architectural structure. Too little leaves it soft, limp, and apparently unprepared for public life. The desired result is firmness without visible excess, which describes a surprising number of expectations placed on women during the decade. Starch fabric looks fresh, holds its shape and presents clean lines. It also demands more labour, more careful ironing, and greater attention to scorch marks. The iron may stick if the starch is applied poorly, or the surface becomes too hot. Flakes can appear. Dark fabric may show residue. A task intended to produce neatness can create an entirely new category of disorder. This was considered manageable, provided the woman responsible had sufficient skill, patience, and no competing need to sit down. The man's dress shirt is the central examination. It must be pressed in a sequence that prevents finished sections from becoming wrinkled again while the rest is handled. The collar is opened and pressed from the underside, then the outer side, working from the points toward the center so the fabric does not bunch. The cuffs follow carefully arranged around buttons and seams. Sleeves are laid flat, aligned and pressed so that any crease is deliberate rather than accidental. Then come the shoulders, the back and the two front panels with special care around the placket, pocket and buttonholes. The shirt moves repeatedly across the board, one section completed while another waits folded over your arm. It is less like smoothing clothing than managing a map of territories that must not disturb one another. When finished, the collar should sit cleanly, the front should lie flat, and the sleeves should look as though the man wearing them has never bent an elbow. The shirt will leave the house on his body, but the condition of it may be read as a reflection of someone else's work. This is where a collar becomes a report card. A grey edge, a missed wrinkle, a flattened button or a small scorch can be noticed at breakfast in the office, at church or during a social visit. The man may receive the comment, but the household understands who prepared the shirt. In some communities and families, a well-dressed husband is taken as proof that his wife is attentive, organised and proud of the home. The connection is not logical in any strict sense. A collar cannot evaluate affection, intelligence or moral character. It can barely remain upright. Yet domestic standards often turn visible objects into judgments about invisible people. A clean shirt suggests care. A wrinkled one suggests neglect. The man's appearance becomes part of the wife's public reputation, even when she has spent the morning feeding children, managing bills, cleaning rooms, or working for wages herself. The standard is especially unforgiving because success disappears. No one pauses over a properly ironed cuff and asks how many minutes it required. The cuff simply performs normality. Girls practicing these methods in school are learning a real and useful form of textile care. Clothing is expensive and careful. Washing, mending, pressing, and storage can extend its life. A garment that hangs properly and receives the correct heat may remain presentable for years. Ironing can also build coordination, patience, and material knowledge. But the classroom lesson often reaches beyond self-sufficiency. The imagined future repeatedly enters the room. You may be told that a husband will need shirts for work, that children will require neat school clothes, or that household linen should be ready for guests. The person doing the ironing is assumed before the household exists. Boys may be taught to maintain tools, machinery, or automobiles, while girls learn to maintain the surfaces through which a family will be judged. Both kinds of work require skill. Only one is expected to vanish into daily routine without much recognition. The distinction is not that ironing lacks value. It is that value does not guarantee status. In actual homes, the work varies sharply. Some families send men's shirts to commercial laundries, where they are washed, starched, pressed, and returned folded or hanging. Some women use home ironing machines or mangles for flat work such as sheets and table linens, though such equipment requires space, money, and careful handling. Many others stand for hours with an ordinary iron, moving through baskets of shirts, dresses, trousers, pillowcases, napkins, and children's clothing. In hot weather, the board may be placed near an open window, but the iron still raises the temperature around the body. Feet ache, shoulders tighten, hands become dry from laundry work and heat. A radio may play nearby, offering music, news serials, or company. Children move through the room. The telephone rings. Dinner requires attention. The iron must be placed safely whenever the work is interrupted. One lapse can burn fabric, damage the board, or injure a curious hand. The cheerful magazine illustration usually shows the finished blouse. It rarely includes the lower back. Working women face an especially crowded schedule. A secretary may spend the day typing in a pressed dress, then return home to prepare more clothing for the next morning. A factory worker may iron after standing through a full shift. A domestic worker may press clothing in another family's house before attending to her own. Black women employed in laundry and domestic service often carried the physical burden of maintaining white households, while their own labor remained underpaid and socially diminished. Rural families might iron near a stove or work around limited electricity. Large households produce astonishing quantities of fabric, especially when school clothes work. Shirts, cloth napkins, handkerchiefs, dresses, undergarments, and bedding all require regular care. The lesson taught in the classroom is neat and sequential. The work outside it is interrupted, repeated, and fitted between obligations that do not pause merely because the collar is only half finished. At last the final shirt is placed on a hanger or folded carefully to preserve the work. Sleeves are arranged, the collar is checked, the iron is unplugged or removed from the heat, allowed to cool and stored safely. The board is folded away, leaving an open patch of floor where an entire afternoon has disappeared. A row of finished garments now waits in the closet, straight, crisp, and silent. There is pride in seeing them there. Fabric that arrived rumpled and damp has been restored through skill. A family will leave the house looking prepared because someone stood behind the board and made preparation visible on their bodies. But the standard remains uneasy. The shirt is expected to look effortless, while the woman who pressed it is expected to look the same. Tomorrow the collar will bend, the cuff will soil, and the whole process will begin again. For now you run one finger along the smooth front and find no wrinkle. The shirt has passed. The woman has not yet been allowed to stop. Across the room a sewing machine waits with an unfinished dress folded beside it, ready to test whether a straight seam can make homemade clothing look as though no hand ever struggled to create it. A straight seam was not merely a line of stitches. It was proof that your hands, your machine, your fabric, and your patience had all agreed to cooperate for several uninterrupted feet. In the home economics classroom, sewing began with a pattern envelope, a folded sheet of tissue paper, a length of fabric, and the quiet realization that a dress existed only as a promise until someone cut into it correctly. The illustration on the front showed a finished garment draped over a smiling figure, whose posture suggested she had never unpicked a seam in her life. Inside waited numbered pattern pieces covered with arrows, dots, notches, grain lines, and instructions written in the calm language of people who assumed the kitchen table was large. The scissors were sharp and no one would interrupt you halfway through laying out the skirt. You studied the drawing, checked the size, and learned that the number printed on the envelope did not necessarily correspond to whatever number you imagined you wore. Measurements mattered more. Bust, waist, hip, back length, and finished garment dimensions became part of the calculation. The dress had not yet been cut, and already it was asking personal questions. The fabric was folded carefully, usually with the right sides together, the selvages aligned and the grain running where the pattern required. A piece placed off grain could twist after sewing or hang unevenly, producing a skirt that appeared to be quietly leaving the room. Pattern pieces were arranged to use fabric efficiently, especially when the material had been purchased with a limited household or school budget. Directional prints, stripes, plaids, and fabrics with a nap demanded even more planning. Flowers should not turn upside down across the bodice. Plaid lines should meet at visible seams. Velvet or corduroy pieces needed to face the same direction, unless the finished garment was intended to change colour whenever you moved. Pins held the tissue to the cloth, placed neatly enough not to distort the edge. Tailor's chalk tracing paper or another marking method transferred darts, button placements, and construction points. Then came the first irreversible act. You lifted the dressmaking shears and cut around the pattern. The long blades made a heavy, satisfying sound against the table. The fabric separated cleanly if your hand remained steady. A careless bite inside the line could remove a seam allowance and convert a simple project into a lesson about decorative patching. Seam allowances gave you a narrow margin in which to succeed. The edge of the fabric was guided beneath the presser foot while the machine's needle rose and fell with mechanical confidence. Older black machines and newer portable models alike required threading in the correct order, a properly wound bobbin-suitable needle-size balanced tension, and enough oil and maintenance to keep the mechanism from objecting. The hand wheel began the motion. The foot control or knee lever regulated speed. Too little pressure, and the stitching crept forward one cautious puncture at a time. Too much, and the machine crossed the fabric as though late for an appointment. You were expected to guide rather than pull, keeping the raw edge aligned with the seam guide while watching the path ahead. The first practice rows might wander gently from side to side. On scrap fabric this was educational. On the bodice front it became personal. A straight seam looked effortless only after the operator had learned to coordinate eyes, hands, foot fabric and machine, while resisting the instinct to stare directly at the needle. The needle already knew where it was going. You were responsible for the dress. Mistakes were removed with a seam ripper or a small pair of sharp scissors, one stitch at a time. This was slow work, particularly when the thread matched the fabric well enough to hide from the person who had put it there. A badly sewn seam could be completed in 30 seconds and undone during a much longer period of reflection. The goal was to remove the thread without cutting the cloth or stretching the edge. Afterward, the pieces were aligned again, pinned again, and stitched again, ideally along the correct line. Home sewing taught thrift, partly because fabric was valuable, and partly because mistakes could not always be replaced with a new purchase. You learned to recover. A seam allowance might be adjusted. A small flaw could be placed inside a hem. A facing might conceal an uneven edge. A belt trim or pocket could occasionally perform the honourable work of hiding evidence. These solutions required ingenuity, though the finished garment was not supposed to announce that ingenuity. The better the rescue, the less anyone noticed it. Domestic skill often worked this way. Success was measured by the disappearance of the struggle. Darts brought shape to the garment and difficulty to the student. 2 lines of stitching narrowed gradually toward a point, allowing flat fabric to curve around the body. If the point ended too abruptly, the dress developed a small pucker aimed directly at the area it was meant to fit. Side seams had to match. Shoulder seams had to sit correctly. Facings were attached, clipped, understitched, turned, and pressed so the neckline would lie flat instead of rolling outward. Sleeves were eased into armholes, which meant fitting a slightly larger curved edge into a smaller one without producing gathers, unless gathers were intended. This required pins, basting stitches, patience, and a willingness to remove the sleeve when it pointed in a direction unsupported by human anatomy. Every stage required pressing. Seams were pressed open, or toward the proper side darts pressed according to placement and curved areas shaped with care. Sewing and pressing alternated so often that the iron became nearly as important as the machine. The dress was not simply stitched together, it was persuaded into form through heat pressure and repeated correction. Fitting revealed the difference between constructing a garment and constructing one for an actual body. The pattern offered standardized proportions. The girl inside the muslin or partly finished dress offered reality. A waistline might sit too high, the shoulders might be narrow, one hip might be slightly fuller, the bodice could pull across the bust or gape at the neckline. Hemlines had to be measured while the wearer stood in the shoes intended for the outfit, because a skirt that appeared even on the table could behave differently once gravity and posture became involved. A teacher or classmate pinned the necessary adjustments while you stood still, arms lowered, trying not to breathe in a way that altered the evidence. This could be practical and useful, but it could also make the body feel like a problem the dress was being asked to solve. Girls were taught to select styles that flattered their figures, a phrase that often meant emphasizing approved proportions and disguising everything else. The garment was expected to fit the body, yet the body was frequently discussed as though it ought to cooperate more helpfully with the garment. Closures and finishing separated the obvious classroom project from clothing that looked convincingly complete. Metal zippers had to be inserted straight and close enough to the teeth without catching them. Buttonholes needed to be evenly spaced, properly sized, reinforced, and cut without slicing beyond the stitching. Buttons had to align with the openings and sit firmly enough to survive use. Hooks and eyes disappeared at waistbands or necklines. Hems were measured, marked, turned, eased, and stitched so that the thread did not show heavily on the outside. Raw seams might be pinked, bound overcast, or otherwise finished to resist fraying. Thread ends were clipped. Basting was removed. The garment was pressed one final time and examined under good light. The inside mattered because neat construction extended wear, but the outside carried the public judgment. The goal was often for the dress to look store-bought. That phrase contained both praise and tension. A homemade garment could fit beautifully, use excellent fabric, and show more careful work than mass-produced clothing. Yet looking homemade could imply uneven seams, poor pressing, awkward fit, mismatched prints, or an economy the wearer preferred not to advertise. For families watching every dollar, home sewing could make clothing more attainable, especially when patterns were reused, garments were altered, and fabric was purchased carefully. A mother or daughter with strong skills could copy fashionable silhouettes, refresh an older dress, lengthen a hem, replace worn sections, or create school clothes that might otherwise be unaffordable. Sewing also offered creative control over color, trim, fabric, and fit. Some girls genuinely loved it. They enjoyed choosing buttons, watching separate pieces become a recognizable shape, and wearing something no one else owned. Others found the work frustrating, especially when the cultural expectation transformed a difficult craft into something every competent woman was presumed to perform naturally. Department stores and ready-to-wear clothing offered convenience and increasingly broad choices, but purchasing new garments regularly remained beyond many household budgets. In some homes, sewing was an accomplishment. In others, it was a necessity. The same homemade dress could represent pride, creativity, thrift, or fear that classmates would recognize the pattern from last season. Experiences also differed by race, region, income, school resources, and access to equipment. A well-funded classroom might offer several machines, large cutting tables, pressing equipment, and a wide selection of demonstration materials. Another school might rely on older machines, limited fabric, and tools that had already served generations of students. Black girls in segregated schools could receive serious instruction from skilled teachers while learning in unequal facilities and facing a labor market that often narrowed the public value assigned to their expertise. Rural girls might arrive with years of experience altering family clothing, while some suburban students were touching a sewing machine for the first time. Girls who expected paid employment could use these abilities in dressmaking alterations, retail textile work teaching, or household economy. Yet the classroom narrative often returned to marriage. The dress was presented not only as something you could make for yourself, but as preparation for future children's clothes, household sewing, and the management of a family wardrobe. A useful skill was attached to a predetermined customer list. At last you step into the completed dress. The zipper closes, the neckline lies flat, the darts point where they should, the hem appears even when you turn before the classroom mirror. Perhaps one side seam pulls slightly, perhaps a button sits a fraction too high. You know where every correction was made, where the thread tangled and where the fabric nearly slipped beneath the shears. No one else can see those moments. They see the finished garment pressed and wearable, and the invisibility feels like success. You have made something from flat cloth and instructions. You have learned measurement, planning, machine control, material behavior, problem solving, and persistence. These are substantial achievements. But the dress carries the familiar message alongside them. A capable woman should be able to create, repair, improve, and disguise the financial limits of a household without making the result look limited. The dress must look purchased even when it was made, because purchasing was too expensive. You hang it carefully so it will not wrinkle while the scraps are folded into a small box for future use. Nothing useful is thrown away. Tomorrow those scraps may become patches, facings, children's clothing, or proof that a paycheck can be stretched farther than it intended to go. Mending was not simply repairing a hole, it was the art of persuading an object to remain useful after it had begun making other plans. A sock with a worn heel, a shirt missing one button, or a child's torn knee did not automatically become waste. It became work. In the home economics classroom, the repair basket might contain samples prepared for practice. A square of fabric with a clean tear, a cuff with fraying edges, a stocking with a run, and a sock stretched over a wooden darning egg. The materials looked modest compared with the dress pattern or the carefully planned meal, yet they carried a powerful household lesson. New things cost money. Wages were finite. Children grew husbands, wore out cuffs. Work clothes collected strain, and fabric weakened wherever bodies bent, rubbed, pulled, and moved. A capable homemaker was expected to notice damage early, repair it neatly, and return the garment to service before anyone had to discuss replacing it. The best mending was almost invisible. It extended the life of the object while erasing evidence that the household budget had required negotiation. A button might cost only a little. The standard attached to it was considerably larger. The sock begins with a hole at the heel where pressure and friction have thinned the yarn until the fibers finally surrender. You place it over a darning egg, a smooth wooden form that spreads the damaged area and gives your needle something firm beneath the cloth. The edges of the hole must not be pulled together like the sides of a cut because that would create a hard ridge beneath the foot. Instead, you rebuild the missing fabric. Strong thread or darning yarn is carried back and forth across the opening in parallel lines, extending into sound material on either side. Then a second set of stitches is woven over and under the first, forming a small new patch where the original knit once existed. The motion is repetitive and precise. Too tight and the repair puckers, too loose and it shifts. Too bulky and the wearer feels every step. The finished darn should lie flat enough to disappear inside the shoe, though you know exactly where every thread crosses. This is domestic engineering conducted with a needle, a lamp, and the understanding that the sock has already consumed part of the clothing allowance. It will not be permitted to retire merely because its heel has become philosophical. Buttons offer a different problem because their absence is small, visible, and frequently discovered when someone is already late. The ideal repair begins before that moment. Loose buttons are reinforced when the thread starts to weaken. Spare buttons are saved in tins, jars, envelopes, or small compartments, sometimes mixed together in collections that outlive the garments they came from. You search for the closest match in size, color, shape, and number of holes. A perfect match is satisfying. A near match may be placed at a less visible position, while an original button is moved forward, an arrangement requiring the strategic thinking of a minor military campaign and the social objective of making sure nobody notices. The button is positioned over the original mark, stitched securely through the fabric, and given a little shank of thread when the garment is thick enough to require space beneath it. The thread is wrapped, knotted, and clipped. On the outside, the result looks simple. On the inside, reinforcement may be added so the fabric does not tear again. Clothing fails where tension collects. Repair means understanding that tension and distributing it more wisely. The button returns to duty without a ceremony. The person wearing the shirt may never know it was missing. Hems, cuffs, pockets, and knees create their own vocabulary of rescue. A fallen hem can be blind stitched, so the thread barely appears on the outside. A frayed cuff may be turned, face shortened, or in some garments reversed to place the less worn edge where it can be seen. A torn pocket must be repaired before coins, keys, or handkerchiefs begin escaping into public places. Children's trousers may receive patches at the knees, cut from saved fabric or from an older garment no longer suitable for wear. The patch can be applied from the inside for discretion or placed outside when strength matters more than concealment. Corners are shaped to reduce fraying, edges are turned under, stitches are made small and even. A good patch does not merely cover the hole, it extends beyond the weakened area and attaches to fabric strong enough to support it. This is another practical lesson disguised as needlework repair the cause, not only the visible damage. Of course, the household may not provide enough time for philosophy. The child needs the trousers tomorrow morning, the light is fading and dinner dishes remain in the sink. Wisdom must therefore be completed before bedtime. Making clothing last also required habits that began before anything tore. Garments were brushed, aired, folded, and hung properly. Coats might be stored with protection against moths. Shoes were polished, dried away from destructive heat, and repaired by a cobbler before the soles failed completely. Aprons shielded dresses during housework. Work clothes were changed after returning home so that office suit, school clothes, and better garments did not absorb every domestic task. Stains were treated quickly, seams were checked, elbows, collars, and cuffs were watched because wear announced itself there first. These habits could preserve expensive items and reduce the frequency of replacement, but they also demanded continuous attention. The future homemaker was expected to know not only how to mend, but when mending was necessary, which garments deserved effort, and when continued repair had become false economy. A cheap item that repeatedly failed could consume more time than it was worth. An expensive coat might justify careful relining. A child's outgrown shirt could be passed down, cut into smaller garments, or transferred to the rag bag. Objects rarely moved directly from useful to useless. They passed through several household careers. The rag bag itself was a record of this economy. A worn cotton dress might become an apron quilt, pieces cleaning cloths or strips for another purpose. Good buttons were removed before a garment was discarded. Zippers, hooks, lace ribbon, and sections of sound fabric could be saved. Flour sacks and feed sacks had long been reused for household textiles and clothing in many families, especially where money was tight, and the habit of seeing potential in material did not vanish simply because post-war stores displayed more ready-made goods. A printed sack could become a towel or a child's garment. An old sheet might become pillowcases, dust covers, or bandages for ordinary household needs. None of this meant every family lived in deprivation. Reuse could be common sense, inherited habit, creative pleasure, or protection against uncertain income. But it required mental storage. Someone had to remember which box contained the matching button, which scrap was large enough for a facing, and whether the old blue dress still had usable fabric in the skirt. The household saved money partly by saving objects, and partly by assigning one person the responsibility of remembering them. A paycheck did not stretch itself. It was stretched through thousands of decisions that rarely appeared in the wage earner's envelope. A homemaker compared the price of repairing shoes with buying new ones, considered whether a child could wear a sibling's coat for another season, calculated how many school shirts were truly necessary, and delayed replacing household linens by turning worn edges or cutting down larger pieces. She might shop sales-use department store charge accounts cautiously, order from catalogues, or choose durable fabrics over fashionable ones when possible. She also had to consider appearances. Children could not be sent to school in clothing so visibly patched that they became targets of ridicule. A husband's work clothes had to meet the expectations of his job. Church family visits and public events required presentable garments, even when the budget preferred privacy. Thrift, therefore, had to remain discreet. The family was supposed to look respectable without looking as though respectability required arithmetic. A well-placed patch saved money. A visible one could invite judgment. Economy was praised in theory and frequently inspected in practice. These pressures varied widely. Farm families often relied on repair because work clothing wore hard and stores might be distant. Working-class households could not replace garments whenever fashion shifted. Families shaped by the Depression retained habits of saving and mending even after income improved. Black families facing discriminatory wages, restricted employment, and segregated markets often practiced sophisticated household economies while being denied the resources that made thrift optional for others. Women employed outside the home still performed much of the repair work at night or on weekends. Some households paid seamstresses, tailors' laundries or alteration shops when money allowed, and commercial repair supported many skilled workers. Men also repaired clothing in military work, rural or bachelor settings, and not every family followed the same division of labour. Still, girls were commonly taught that routine clothing maintenance would become part of their responsibility. The boy wearing the sock might be encouraged to earn the paycheck. The girl holding the darning egg was taught how to make that paycheck survive contact with his heel. By the time the practice repair is finished, the sock has a new woven patch. The button sits firmly and the torn fabric has been reinforced. None of the objects is new, but each has gained more time. That is the real product of mending. A few cents remain unspent. A shopping trip is postponed. A garment stays in rotation for another month or another year. The skill can offer independence because a person who repairs what she owns is less dependent on stores changing fashions or immediate cash. It can also become a burden when every shortage is solved by adding more labour to her evening. The household budget looks balanced because someone has converted hours into savings without recording those hours as a cost. You place the needle back into its case, coil the remaining thread, and return the repaired clothing to the basket. Tomorrow the family will wear these things without thinking about the hands that restored them. Meanwhile, the pencil and grocery advertisements are already waiting at the kitchen table. The next lesson will ask whether the same paycheck can cover food, electricity, clothing, transportation, school needs, and the occasional emergency, all while producing a household that looks pleasantly unaware of money. A household budget was not merely a row of numbers. It was a weekly attempt to prevent ordinary life from becoming more expensive than the paycheck. At the kitchen table you sit with a pencil, a ruled notebook, several grocery advertisements, and a small stack of envelopes representing obligations that refuse to become smaller simply because you are careful. Rent or mortgage comes first. Then electricity, gas, telephone service, transportation, insurance, clothing, school expenses, church contributions, medical needs, and food. The figures look calm on paper. The household they describe is less cooperative. Shoes wear out before payday. A child needs money for a school activity. The refrigerator develops a sound that suggests mechanical ambition. A relative announces a visit. The family still expects meals every day, often more than once. In the home economics classroom, the exercise may use an imaginary income and a model family with predictable needs. In real life, income arrives after deductions, emergencies ignore the lesson plan, and prices change from one store to another. Your task is not simply to spend less. It is to make limited money, produce health, comfort, cleanliness, generosity, and social respectability without allowing the limits to become too visible. Arithmetic has never worn an apron so convincingly. The grocery list begins with what remains in the house. Before planning meals, you inspect the pantry, refrigerator, bread box, and perhaps a freezer, if the family owns one. Half a bag of flour, 3 potatoes, a jar of beans, some shortening, a little cheese, several eggs, and yesterday's roast are not unrelated objects. They are the beginning of a strategy. The roast may become sandwiches, hash, or a casserole. The potatoes can support more than one meal if portioned carefully. Eggs may be breakfast baking ingredients or the main protein in a less expensive supper. A sensible list prevents buying what is already available, but it also requires remembering what will spoil first. Lettuce cannot be treated with the patience of canned tomatoes. Milk has a deadline. Bananas change condition while you're looking at them. The future homemaker is expected to know which ingredients must be used immediately, which can wait, and which can rescue a meal near the end of the week. She must also remember family preferences. A bargain is not economical if no one will eat it, though families sometimes discover that hunger improves their respect for economical purchases. Newspaper advertisements and store circulars help shape the plan. Meat specials may determine the week's menu. Canned goods sold at a lower price can be stocked if the household has storage space and money available before they're needed. Seasonal produce may cost less and taste better, though preparation can require more time. Store brands or less expensive cuts offer savings, but each substitution must be evaluated. A tougher piece of meat can become tender through slow cooking, which uses fuel and occupies the oven or stove for hours. Dried beans are inexpensive and nourishing, but they require soaking planning and a family willing to receive them without requesting steak. The list therefore records more than prices. It records time, equipment, taste, storage, and the cook's ability to transform modest ingredients into a meal that does not feel like punishment. Advertising promises abundance from every page, displaying bright packages, glossy desserts, and cheerful families gathered around products that appear to have solved hunger permanently. The budget responds with a pencil and a quieter question: how many servings will this actually provide? In class, you may be given a weekly food allowance and asked to plan breakfast, lunches, and dinners for a family of 4. The assignment looks mathematical until human beings enter it. Breakfast should be nutritious and quick enough for school and work schedules. Packed lunches must travel without leaking into books or briefcases. Dinner should offer variety, balance, and enough substance to satisfy appetites shaped by labor growth or habit. Repeating the same inexpensive meal too often may save money but reduce enthusiasm. Including dessert can make a modest supper feel complete, though sugar, flour, fat, and fuel still cost something. You write menus in a neat column and calculate quantities. 1 loaf of bread provides a certain number of slices. A pound of meat becomes a certain number of portions depending on bones, fat shrinkage, and whether anyone at the table has interpreted portion as a personal challenge. Leftovers must be planned without appearing too frequently in their original form. Monday's roast becomes Tuesday's hash, and perhaps Wednesday's sandwiches a household trilogy, in which the leading actor changes costume but not identity. The arithmetic becomes more complicated because respectable living includes expenses that are not technically necessary for survival. Coffee for guests, a cake for a church supper, birthday candles, school photographs, holiday decorations, a small gift for a wedding, and clean clothing for public occasions all compete with food and utilities. A family may reduce meat purchases during 1 week to afford a child's new shoes. A mother may postpone replacing her own coat because 2 children have outgrown theirs simultaneously. The budget must protect the household from embarrassment as well as hunger. Neighbors need not know that the company dessert was chosen because canned fruit was on sale. Children should not feel conspicuously poorer at school if careful repair and planning can prevent it. A husband's lunch should appear adequate among those carried by other men. The home should be warm enough, the curtains presentable, and the table capable of receiving an unexpected guest. Respectability is expensive because it is measured through visible details. Thrift is praised, but poverty is judged. The ideal homemaker must therefore save money without allowing the saving to show. Envelope budgeting gives each category a physical boundary. Cash for food goes into one envelope, transportation into another, perhaps clothing and household expenses into others. When the grocery envelope grows thin, the remaining money becomes unmistakable. There is no convenient glow from a screen, no automatic warning, and no instant movement of funds from an invisible account. The bills are paper, the coins have weight. A purchase in one category removes a possibility from another. Charge accounts at department stores or neighborhood shops can postpone payment, but they do not make the cost disappear. Used carefully, credit helps a family manage larger purchases or temporary shortages. Used without caution, it sends part of next month's paycheck backward to pay for this month's decisions. Home economics courses increasingly included consumer education because the modern household faced more products, more advertisements, more installment plans, and more choices than earlier generations. The girl at the kitchen table was not merely being taught to economize, she was being trained as the household purchasing officer in an economy that spent considerable money persuading her not to. Prices also differed by neighborhood, region, season, and access. A family with an automobile could compare several stores, buy larger quantities, and carry heavy packages home. Someone dependent on walking buses or a nearby grocer might pay more for convenience and purchase only what could be carried. Rural families could grow vegetables, keep hens, preserve food, or trade with neighbors, but these savings required land, labor tools, weather, and time. Families in crowded urban housing might have little pantry space and small refrigerators, making bulk buying difficult. Black families living under segregation and discriminatory employment faced lower wages, restricted housing choices, and uneven access to markets while still being judged according to the same public standards of cleanliness and provision. Working women had less time to visit several stores, prepare labor-intensive foods, or convert every inexpensive ingredient into a polished meal. The simple instruction to shop wisely assumed freedom of movement, available time, adequate storage, and stores willing to serve every customer fairly. Household management was never only about personal discipline. The maps surrounding the household mattered too. The budget exercise may end with the figures balanced exactly. Income stands at the top. Expenses fill the page beneath it. A few dollars remain for savings or emergencies, and the entire imaginary family appears financially secure. Real households rarely close so neatly. A dental bill arrives. The car needs repair. Fuel use rises during a cold month. A child becomes ill. Prices increase while wages remain fixed. Savings intended for one purpose are redirected to another. The person keeping the accounts must decide which bill can wait, which purchase can be reduced, and which shortage can be solved through additional labor. She cooks from scratch, mends, clothing, postpones, replacing towels, walks farther for a lower price, and converts time into money the household does not have to spend. None of those hours appears in the ledger. The budget balances partly because her work has been entered as zero. There could be pride in managing money well. A careful planner might build savings, prevent debt, afford a family vacation, or create security from a modest income. She could know the household finances better than anyone else, remember every due date, and understand exactly how far a dollar could travel. This was genuine authority, though it often existed within limits set by the wage earner, banking practices, law, custom, or family hierarchy. Some wives received a fixed household allowance and had little control over larger financial decisions. Others managed nearly every dollar that entered the home. Some couples planned together, some argued, some avoided discussing money until a bill forced the conversation. The public ideal preferred a cheerful wife who made the paycheck sufficient, and a husband who did not have to worry about domestic details. The arrangement sounded harmonious because one person's worry had been reassigned. At the end of the lesson, you erase one menu, reduce the clothing allowance, and move a small amount into emergency savings. The totals now agree. The pencil rests beside a grocery list filled with practical compromises. Less expensive, meat, seasonal vegetables, powdered or canned ingredients where appropriate, and one small treat to prevent economy from feeling entirely medicinal. The page looks responsible. It cannot show the time required to visit the stores, compare prices, cook the cheaper cut, disguise the leftovers, repair the clothes, and decline purchases without making the family feel deprived. That work remains outside the columns. You close the notebook and gather the advertisements, but the arithmetic continues in your head. 4 breakfasts, 5 packed lunches, 7 dinners, 1 church gathering, and a child who has suddenly announced that milk is no longer acceptable. The next lesson will ask you to turn those numbers into balanced meals, where nutrition charts, family appetites, and the authority of the dinner plate will attempt to agree. Nutrition charts transformed supper from a familiar habit into a daily examination of whether the household had consumed the correct colours, quantities, and categories. On the classroom wall, a poster divided food into groups with the confidence of a government map. Milk belonged here. Meat, eggs, or another protein belonged there. Fruits and vegetables occupied several important spaces, while bread, cereals, butter, and other fats completed the arrangement. The exact guide could vary by year and textbook, but the message remained steady. A proper meal required balance, and balance did not happen by accident. You stood before the chart with a sample menu and a pencil, checking each dish against its nutritional duty. Meat loaf provided protein. Potatoes offered energy. Green beans contributed vegetables. Milk strengthened bones. An orange brought vitamin C into the conversation. Pie was present largely because the family expected life to contain rewards. The chart made invisible nutrients visible through food choices, which was useful. It also suggested that the homemaker should manage the health of several people through breakfast, packed lunches, snacks, and dinner while keeping costs low and complaints lower. Feeding a family was no longer simply cooking until everyone stopped asking when the meal would be ready. It was preventive medicine conducted with a grocery list. The first exercise might be planning breakfast for 2 adults and 2 children. The meal should provide enough energy for school and work without requiring an entire morning to prepare. Oatmeal is economical and warm, but one child dislikes the texture. Eggs offer protein, though their price and availability must be considered. Toast is quick, but the bread supply must last through packed lunches. Orange juice may come fresh, canned, bottled, or from frozen concentrate, each form carrying its own combination of cost, convenience, storage, and taste. Milk is encouraged especially for children, but someone must notice when the bottle or carton is nearly empty. The sample breakfast eventually becomes cereal, milk, toast fruit, and perhaps an egg. On paper it appears balanced. In the kitchen, one child has overslept, another cannot find a shoe, the toast is cooling, and the father has already reached for the coffee before anyone has placed the fruit on the table. Nutritional planning assumes that food will be eaten. Family life introduces resistance. The homemaker is expected to persuade without nagging, provide alternatives without increasing expense, and send everyone away fed enough to function. The cereal has vitamins. The morning requires diplomacy. Packed lunches create another series of calculations because the meal must remain safe, appealing, affordable, and recognizable several hours after leaving the kitchen. Sandwich fillings should not soak through the bread. Fruit must survive contact with books, tools, or playground activity. Cake should not crush beneath an apple. A thermos can carry soup or milk if the household owns one, and if someone remembers to wash it thoroughly afterward. Waxed paper, small containers, paper sacks, and lunch boxes become part of the equipment. You're taught to vary fillings and colours so the meal does not become monotonous. Peanut butter, cheese, egg salad, sliced meat, or leftovers may appear according to budget and preference. A carrot stick provides excellent colour, although its nutritional virtue will be limited if it returns home untouched every afternoon. The lunchbox becomes a sealed report on the kitchen that packed it. A neat sandwich and a small treat suggest care. Too little food may embarrass the child or leave the worker hungry. An expensive lunch can weaken the grocery budget. The person eating it may never see the calculation. He opens the lid and discovers lunch. She has already considered spoilage appetite, cost wrapping variety, and whether the banana is mature enough to survive until noon. Dinner carries the greatest weight because it is often expected to gather the family, restore the wage earner, nourish growing children, and confirm that the household has been competently managed. The plate must contain enough contrast to look appetizing. Perhaps brown meat, white potatoes, a green vegetable, bright carrots, and a pale roll. Colour is not merely decorative. It can encourage dietary variety, though the classroom language sometimes makes the plate sound like an interior design project. Texture matters too. A meal consisting entirely of soft food feels dull, no matter how nutritionally responsible it may be. Something crisp, something tender, something warm, and perhaps something cool create interest. Flavour should vary without becoming too unfamiliar for the family. Strong seasonings may be used cautiously. Sauces can improve inexpensive ingredients, but they add work and may add fat or cost. The menu planner is expected to avoid repeating the same preparation methods. Mashed potatoes beside creamed vegetables and pudding might satisfy several food groups while giving the mouth the impression that chewing has been temporarily discontinued. A good meal must therefore balance nutrients, appearance, texture, temperature, appetite, price, and time. The plate has become a committee. Home economics teachers often try to replace vague ideas about good food with practical knowledge about nutrients and bodily needs. Protein supported growth and repair. Calcium mattered for bones and teeth. Iron was connected with healthy blood. Vitamins were discussed through the foods that supplied them. Students learned that polished appearance alone did not make a meal nourishing, and that a child could consume enough calories while still receiving a poor diet. This scientific approach had real value in a country where income, region, habit, advertising, and access created uneven nutrition. It could help girls question family routines, understand why variety mattered, and make informed substitutions when a particular food was unavailable or too expensive. Yet the science arrived with responsibility attached. If a child grew poorly caught, frequent illnesses, appeared thin, or refused vegetables, the mother's planning might be questioned. A husband's strength could be treated as evidence of her cooking. The household's health became part of her performance, even though health also depended on wages, housing, medical care, working conditions, inherited illness, and access to good food. A chart could identify milk as desirable. It could not place more money in the envelope. Advertising complicated the lesson by presenting commercially prepared foods as both modern conveniences and solutions to nutritional anxiety. Cereal boxes emphasized vitamins. Canned vegetables promised reliable availability. Frozen foods offered color and speed. Evaporated milk, powdered products, enriched bread, and fortified foods entered household planning with claims of efficiency and health. Some products genuinely improved storage access or preparation. Others mainly improved the manufacturer's position in the pantry. Magazine recipes showed how canned soup package mixes, gelatin, processed cheese, or condensed products could convert several ingredients into a complete meal with reassuring speed. The modern homemaker was told to trust science, labels, brands, and her own judgment simultaneously. She should embrace convenience, but not become lazy, serve nutritious food, but satisfy traditional appetites. Try new products, but avoid wasting money on anything the family rejected. The shelves offered freedom of choice. The advertisements had already prepared a list of preferred answers. Even the cheerful cartoon child on the cereal box appeared to have opinions about her parenting. Appetites refused to follow standardized portions. A growing teenager might eat the serving intended for 2 people, and then examine the kitchen for evidence of dessert. A small child could refuse an entire meal because the peas had touched the potatoes. A husband performing physical work might need more substantial food than the textbook's model office worker. An elderly relative could require softer dishes or smaller portions. Illness, pregnancy, age, climate, occupation, religion, and family custom all shaped what people ate and what they needed. The skilled planner adjusted without preparing a separate restaurant menu for every chair. She might serve a common main dish with several sides, reserve a less seasoned portion, or use familiar foods to introduce something new. She also learned that nutrition advice could collide with culture. Families carried recipes and eating patterns from the South, the Midwest, New England, the Southwest immigrant neighborhoods, rural communities, and countless local traditions. Beans, greens, cornmeal, fish, rice noodles, soups, breads, and preserved foods could form sensible diets without resembling the polished menu in a national magazine. The classroom chart offered guidance. It did not contain every American kitchen. Access mattered as much as knowledge. A family near a well-stocked supermarket had different options from one relying on a small neighborhood store, a rural market, or whatever could be grown, preserved, or carried home. Refrigeration and freezer space affected how often food could be purchased and how safely it could be stored. Transportation determined whether a homemaker could compare prices or reach a larger store. Black families living under segregation and discriminatory employment often faced restricted housing, lower wages, and unequal access while being lectured about individual household management. Working women had less time for recipes that saved money by consuming several hours. Farm families might have eggs, vegetables, preserved fruit, or meat from their own production, but none of it appeared without labor. Poverty could not be corrected by arranging the plate more attractively. A teacher could show how dried beans supplied protein at a lower cost than many cuts of meat, but someone still had to soak them, cook them, season them, and persuade the family that economy was not a personal insult. Nutritional education was useful. It became unfair when structural limits were treated as failures of the woman holding the spoon. By the end of the lesson, your sample menu covers an entire day. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and perhaps a snack have been checked against the food groups. The colors vary. The costs remain within the imaginary allowance. Leftovers are used without appearing repeatedly in the same form. The family receives milk, vegetables, fruit, protein, bread, and enough pleasure to keep the chart from feeling like punishment. The assignment earns a good mark because the numbers and categories agree. Yet the page remains wonderfully free of real people. No one rejects the cabbage. No one arrives 2 hours late. No one eats the roast intended for tomorrow's sandwiches. No child trades the apple for a cookie at school. In practice, feeding a family correctly will require knowledge, observation, persuasion, compromise, and the humility to accept that a balanced meal cannot control everybody sitting around it. The homemaker may plan the food. She cannot guarantee gratitude, appetite, or health. You close the nutrition notebook and return the colored pencils to their box. The chart remains on the wall, bright and orderly, with each food waiting patiently inside its proper group. It has taught you to think beyond fullness and flavor, to recognize that meals affect growth, strength, and long-term well-being. That knowledge can protect a family and give a woman real confidence in the kitchen, but it has also enlarged the territory for which she may be held responsible. She must now feed everyone economically, attractively, safely, and scientifically. The meal should prevent deficiency, support energy, please the eye, satisfy the appetite, respect the budget, and arrive on time. No pressure. Outside the classroom, summer gardens are beginning to produce more beans, tomatoes, peaches, and corn than one family can eat at once. The next lesson will ask how to preserve that abundance before it spoils, because nutrition is important, but apparently it must also survive until February. Preserving food was not simply saving summer for winter, it was a wager against weather, spoilage, insects, illness, fluctuating prices, and the possibility that the garden would produce everything at once. By late July, tomatoes seemed to ripen in committees. Beans arrived faster than a family could eat them. Peaches softened with the urgency of fruit that understood time better than people did. In the home economics classroom, the equipment was arranged with unusual seriousness: glass jars, metal lids or period-appropriate closures, funnels, tongs, clean cloths, kettles, labels, freezer cartons, and printed instructions from trusted agricultural or extension authorities. This was not the cheerful improvisation of adding a little more sugar and hoping for character. Preservation required cleanliness, correct preparation, suitable containers, reliable processing, and a clear understanding that different foods behave differently. A jar could look beautiful on the shelf and still be unsafe if handled incorrectly. The lesson therefore combined thrift with microbiology, although the microorganisms declined to appear for inspection. You were expected to respect what you could not see. A future homemaker might be praised for rows of gleaming jars, but those jars represented far more than decorative abundance. They represented food harvested at the right moment, processed before it spoiled, sealed, properly stored carefully, and remembered months later when winter had removed nearly every fresh colour from the yard. The work began with selection. Bruised, overripe, insect-damaged or decaying produce was not rescued merely because thrift felt noble. Good preservation started with sound food. Beans were snapped, berries sorted, peaches, peeled tomatoes washed, and corn cut from the cob while the kitchen grew warmer by the minute. The produce had to be prepared promptly because every hour after harvest altered texture, flavour, and quality. In a rural household, this could mean moving directly from garden rows into a kitchen already crowded with baskets. In a suburban home, fruit might come from a backyard tree, roadside stand, public market, or grocery special too favourable to ignore. Buying in quantity saved money only if the household had the time, equipment, storage, and energy to preserve what had been purchased. Otherwise, the bargain softened quietly on the counter. You learned to estimate yield, count containers, and prepare more jars than the optimistic calculation suggested. There was always one extra bowl of fruit, one cracked jar, or one lid that refused cooperation. Preservation rewarded preparation because the food could not wait while someone searched the basement for another container. The peaches were ready. Your organizational system was expected to become ready immediately. Canning carried the greatest sense of ceremony. Jars were inspected for chips or cracks, washed thoroughly, and kept prepared according to the method being used. Lids and sealing surfaces required care. Food was packed with attention to space liquid cleanliness and the removal of trapped air where appropriate. The rims had to be wiped before the closures were applied. Then the jars entered the correct processing equipment for the food involved. Acidic fruits and certain properly prepared products followed one kind of approved procedure, while low-acid vegetables, meats, and similar foods required the higher temperatures achieved through pressure canning. The distinction was not a matter of family preference. It was a matter of safety. Home economists and extension agents emphasized tested methods, because an attractive jar could not be judged by appearance alone. The classroom teacher might hold up two sealed jars that looked equally respectable and explain that only one had been processed correctly. This was a disturbing lesson for a room trained to value shine. Clean glass and a firm seal were important, but they could not replace sound method. The jar might appear trustworthy. So did many advertisements. Neither was permitted to substitute confidence for evidence. Heat filled the room, lifting damp curls from foreheads and fogging windows already open to summer air. Kettles rattled. Water moved heavily. Steam condensed on cupboards and made the entire kitchen feel as though it had entered negotiations with the climate. You worked with jar lifters and thick cloths, avoiding sudden temperature changes that might crack glass. Hot containers were handled carefully, and placed where they could cool without being disturbed. The temptation to press tighten, test or rearrange them immediately had to be resisted. Preservation included waiting, a skill rarely celebrated because it produced no visible motion. Then came the sound everyone hoped to hear, the small metallic indication of a seal, forming as the jars cooled. It was a modest sound, but after hours of washing, peeling, cutting, heating, filling, wiping, lifting and timing, it carried the emotional force of applause. Not every jar cooperated. A seal might fail. Liquid could be lost. Fruit could float. A jar could break in the canner and distribute its contents with remarkable generosity. Failure meant reprocessing according to safe guidance, refrigerating and using the food promptly, or discarding what could not be trusted. The system allowed correction but not denial. A doubtful jar was not made safe by optimism or a decorative label. Freezing promised a different kind of modern efficiency. For families with access to a home freezer, a refrigerator freezing compartment, a rented locker, or another dependable cold storage arrangement, vegetables and fruits could be preserved with less transformation in color and texture than some traditional methods produced. Yet freezing did not mean placing a basket of beans beside the ice and declaring the harvest complete. Many vegetables required washing, trimming, brief heat treatment, rapid cooling, draining and packaging to protect quality. Fruit might be packed with sugar syrup or other suitable preparation depending on its intended use. Containers had to resist moisture and air. Packages needed enough protection against drying and freezer burn. Labels recorded the contents and date because a white carton in January possessed very little visual personality. Without labels, the freezer became a cold archive of household uncertainty. You might open a package expecting peaches and discover creamed corn, an event nutritious in itself but emotionally difficult beside cake. Organized storage mattered because older packages should be used before newer ones. The future homemaker was expected to know not only how to freeze food, but what was inside, how long it had been there, and which meal could absorb it gracefully. The freezer was often advertised as a machine that granted freedom from seasonal limits and frequent shopping. That freedom was real for many households. Frozen peas in winter, berries for pies, prepared meals for busy days, and meat, purchased in quantity, could reduce pressure and expand choice. But convenience required electricity, dependable equipment, packaging materials, space and money invested before the savings appeared. A power failure threatened the contents. A poorly closed door could undo weeks of work. A household without room for a freezer could not participate simply through stronger character. Nor did every family have access to the produce garden, land transportation, or bulk purchasing that made large-scale preservation worthwhile. Rural electrification and expanding appliance ownership changed many kitchens, but the change was uneven. Some girls learned freezing in a bright school laboratory and returned home to an icebox, a small refrigerator, or no practical place to store several dozen packages. The lesson presented the modern future. The household budget decided when that future would arrive. Canning and freezing also revealed how domestic skill could serve as insurance. A pantry lined with tomatoes, beans, fruit jam, pickles, and other preserved foods reduced dependence on winter prices and uncertain availability. A freezer containing vegetables, meat, or prepared dishes could help during illness, bad weather, harvest failure, unemployment, or a week, when the grocery envelope became unexpectedly thin. The preserved food did not solve every emergency, but it converted earlier labor into later security. This was especially important in families where income changed seasonally or where stores were distant. Yet the security rested on someone's summer hours. A jar of peaches represented peeling when the kitchen was hot, washing when the sink was full, lifting when the arms were tired and continuing because ripe fruit did not recognize the concept of a day off. The pantry looked abundant because a woman had accepted temporary overwork in exchange for future stability. By February, the labor had disappeared into color behind glass. Girls learned these practices through many routes. Some watched mothers and grandmothers who needed no classroom diagram to recognize a good seal or organize a preserving day. Others encountered canning through school laboratories, 4-H projects, cooperative extension demonstrations, county fairs, farm organizations, church groups, or government bulletins. Community knowledge could be extraordinarily detailed, but reliable instruction remained essential because traditions were not automatically safe merely because they were old. Methods changed as research improved, equipment developed, and recommendations became more precise. A good teacher respected experience while insisting that preservation follow sound guidance. This could produce tension. A student might report that her family had always used a certain method, while the instructor explained that continued survival was not a standardized test result. The comment might sound severe, but preservation left little room for sentimental chemistry. Practical knowledge had to evolve. The future household depended on skills passed down through generations, and on the willingness to correct those skills when better evidence appeared. The work also differed according to race, class, region, and household economy. Southern kitchens preserved different crops from those in New England or the upper Midwest. Western fruit, Midwestern corn, Appalachian beans, coastal seafood, urban market produce, and countless community traditions shaped what entered jars and freezers. Black families preserved food within agricultural, rural, and urban networks, often overlooked by the polished suburban image, using skill and cooperation in the face of discriminatory wages and unequal access. Migrant and immigrant families carried methods, flavors, and expectations from other places, adapting them to American ingredients and equipment. Working women had less uninterrupted time for long-preserving days and might divide the labor across evenings, relatives, or weekends. Wealthier households could purchase canned and frozen goods without performing the preservation themselves, though someone still selected, stored, and served them. The classroom could teach one approved procedure. It could not make all kitchens equally cool, spacious, supplied, or free from other demands. At the end of the day, the jars stand in rows on a towel, slowly returning to room temperature. The freezer packages are labeled in pencil or waterproof ink and stacked where cold air can move around them. The counters are sticky. The floor has received a thin layer of sugar despite everyone's best intentions. Your hands smell faintly of tomatoes or peaches, and one apron bears a stain that appears committed to permanence. Still, there is satisfaction in the result. Summer has been measured into containers. The family will open these foods months later, perhaps during snow illness, or an ordinary Tuesday when fresh produce is limited, and dinner still must happen. The skill offers independence, foresight, and resilience. It also demonstrates the familiar domestic contradiction. Preparation for disaster is expected to look like a pleasant row of jars. No one seeing the pantry in winter will feel the steam of August. You write the date on the final label and place the jar with the others. The shelf now contains evidence that you can plan beyond the present meal use abundance before it becomes waste, and protect a household against a season that may not cooperate. These are serious abilities, but the curriculum is preparing you for more than food. Soon it will place a doll in your arms and ask whether you know how to support a head fold, a diaper test bath water, organize a feeding schedule, and remain calm while an imaginary baby cries with remarkable persistence. Tomatoes can be sealed and labeled. Children are less willing to follow printed instructions. A practice doll was not a baby. This was obvious, Yet the classroom expected you to treat it as though its future emotional stability depended on how carefully you supported its painted head. The doll lay on a demonstration table beside folded cloth diapers, safety pins, a small basin, cotton cloths feeding bottles, and a stack of instructions that made infancy appear surprisingly administrative. You were shown how to lift the body with one hand beneath the neck and another supporting the back, how to hold it close without squeezing, and how to lower it into a crib without allowing the head to fall backward. The doll accepted every technique with the same fixed expression. It did not cry, spit up, stiffen its legs, turn unexpectedly, or become hungry 5 minutes after being fed. This made it an excellent student and a deeply misleading child. Still, the exercise had value. Many girls had already cared for younger siblings, cousins, or neighborhood children, while others had scarcely held an infant. The classroom tried to turn scattered family knowledge into an orderly system. It also carried a familiar assumption: sooner or later, a baby would be placed in your arms, and competence was expected to arrive before the baby did. Diapering began with preparation because an infant, unlike a biscuit, could not be left safely on the table while you search for equipment. A clean diaper, pins, washcloth, protective covering, and fresh clothing had to be within reach before the child was placed on the changing surface. One hand should remain near the baby. The cloth diaper was folded according to the infant's size, and the style being taught positioned beneath the body, drawn securely between the legs, and fastened without pricking the skin. A finger might be placed beneath the cloth while inserting the pin, creating a small barrier between metal and baby. The pin itself could be pushed through a bar of soap to help it move more easily through the fabric. These details sounded almost ceremonial, but they existed because carelessness had consequences. Too loose, and the diaper failed its central assignment. Too tight, and the child was uncomfortable. Poor placement caused rubbing. A careless pin caused pain. Then the used diaper had to be rinsed, stored, washed, dried, and folded again. Disposable diapers existed in limited forms, but cloth remained central in many households, meaning that infant care extended directly into laundry. The baby produced affection, noise, and a remarkable amount of fabric management. Bathing introduced water temperature and the problem of supporting a slippery human being who might object to the entire procedure. The room should be warm. Towels and clothing should be ready. The water had to feel comfortably warm rather than hot, tested carefully before the child entered it. The infant's head and neck required constant support, and the face was cleaned gently, without allowing soap into the eyes. Skin folds around the neck arms, and legs needed attention because moisture and residue collected where the baby was softest. The bath should be thorough but not prolonged. Once finished, the child was lifted immediately into a towel, dried carefully, and dressed before becoming chilled. In class, the doll remained dry, silent, and free of opinions. At home, a real infant could kick water across the floor, grab the washcloth, release an alarming cry, or produce another dirty diaper just as the clean clothing was fastened. The lesson emphasized calm because panic made every task harder. Yet calm was presented almost as a feminine resource that should appear whenever needed, like warm water from the tap. Nobody explained whether mother was expected to obtain it after 3 hours of sleep. Feeding carried even more rules. Bottles and nipples required careful washing, preparation, and storage. Formula, when used, had to be mixed according to reliable instructions rather than household guesswork, and feeding equipment required the level of cleanliness recommended for the infant's age and circumstances. Breastfeeding, bottle feeding, and mixed feeding practices varied across families, medical advice, income, employment, and individual health. The classroom often presented a schedule. Feed at particular intervals, burp the baby record intake when necessary, and avoid turning every cry into a meal. Printed guidance could make infancy look like a railway timetable with blankets. Real babies were less impressed by clocks. Some fed slowly, some became hungry early. Some swallowed air, fell asleep, woke again, or refused the bottle prepared with great care. The girl practicing with a doll learned to hold the bottle at an angle that kept the nipple filled to pause for burping, and never to prop the bottle and walk away. She also absorbed a larger message. A good mother observed, anticipated, and responded correctly. If the baby failed to thrive, cried excessively, or resisted the schedule, the search for error often began with her. Crying was treated as a signal to be interpreted. Hunger, discomfort, fatigue, wet clothing, temperature, illness, overstimulation, or the simple need to be held could all produce the same urgent sound. The caregiver was expected to check each possibility without becoming visibly frustrated. First the diaper, then the feeding time, then clothing position, room temperature, and signs of sickness. Rocking, walking, soft humming, or gentle patting might help. The baby should be comforted, but advice differed about how quickly, how often, and whether too much attention could create undesirable habits. Young women encountered guidance from relatives, physicians, nurses, magazines, manuals, and neighbours, all of whom could disagree while speaking with complete confidence. One authority warned against spoiling, another emphasized reassurance. A grandmother relied on experience, a clinic handed out printed rules. The mother stood between them, holding the child everyone else had an opinion about. Childcare was therefore not only physical labour, it was decision-making under observation. Every cry seemed to ask what the baby needed. The surrounding culture often added a second question. What kind of mother cannot tell? The classroom also taught routines of sleep and safety. A crib should be stable bedding, suitable clothing appropriate to the temperature, and small objects kept away from curious hands. The baby was to be placed down carefully, checked regularly, and protected from falls, burns, choking hazards, open stairs, hot liquids, unsafe medicines, and the astonishing creativity with which children approach danger. Household safety expanded as the infant learned to roll, crawl, pull upward, and reach. A room that looked harmless to an adult became a landscape of tablecloths, to tug cords, to explore cabinets, to open, and small objects to place directly into the mouth. The future mother was trained to see the home from several inches above the floor. She should move medicines, secure dangerous items, guard heaters, watch bath water, inspect toys, and remain alert while cooking, cleaning, answering the telephone, and caring for other children. This vigilance was rarely called expertise. It was simply what a responsible mother did. Success meant that nothing happened. As with so much domestic labour, the absence of disaster concealed the work that prevented it. Not every girl entered these lessons from the same place. Some had spent years carrying babies on one hip while preparing food or supervising younger children. In large families, rural households, working-class communities and homes, where parents worked long hours, girls could become experienced caregivers before reaching high school. Babysitting also provided one of the few socially accepted ways for teenage girls to earn money, although the work often included feeding, bathing, cleaning, and managing emergencies for modest pay. Other students came from smaller or wealthier households and approached the practice doll cautiously learning skills that classmates already performed every evening. Black girls frequently carried substantial child care responsibilities within families and communities, while also facing employment systems that directed many women toward domestic and care work in white households. The same competence praised as maternal virtue at home could be underpaid when sold as labour elsewhere. School instruction could build confidence and improve safety, but it also risked treating girls' existing work as natural, rather than recognizing how much responsibility had already been placed on them. The emotional standard was perhaps the hardest lesson because it was never contained in a supply cabinet. A mother should be patient, affectionate, consistent, and calm. She should recognize illness without becoming alarmist, respond to distress without becoming indulgent, enforce routines without seeming cold, and devote herself to the child without admitting that devotion could coexist with boredom, anger, fear, or exhaustion. The culture permitted concern. It was less comfortable with resentment. A woman could say that the baby had kept her awake, but saying that she wished to be somewhere else even briefly threatened the ideal of instinctive motherhood. Girls were taught practical methods for changing bathing, feeding, and soothing. They were not always given language for the moment when every method had been tried and the child continued crying. The expected response remained composure. You check the diaper again, walk the floor again, and held the baby close while your own body asked to be put down. At the end of the lesson, the doll is dressed, wrapped, and placed in its small crib. The diapers are folded, the basin is emptied, bottles return to the demonstration tray. Everything looks controlled because the child has no pulse appetite, fever fear, or ability to wake at 2 a.m. Even so, you have learned important things: how to support a fragile body, prepare before beginning, keep equipment clean, recognize hazards, and understand that care consists of hundreds of small actions performed before trouble appears. These skills can protect a child. They can also give a young woman confidence in a situation that might otherwise feel frightening. But the exercise has quietly assigned her another future office. She will be nurse scheduler, laundress, nutritionist, safety inspector, teacher, and interpreter of cries, often while everyone describes the work with one gentle word: mothering. You lift the doll once more and feel its painted head rest against your arm. It remains perfectly calm. Tomorrow's lesson will introduce thermometers, bandages, medicine cabinets, and the expectation that when real illness enters the house, the woman in charge must know what to do before anyone else has finished becoming worried. First aid began at the moment when an ordinary room stopped behaving ordinarily. A child slipped on the back steps. A knife moved faster than the onion beneath it. A hand touched a hot pan. Someone woke with a fever, a cough, or a pain that did not fit comfortably into the day's schedule. The future wife was expected to respond before panic spread through the household, and so the home economics classroom placed a thermometer, rolls of gauze clean cloths, adhesive tape safety pins, a triangular bandage, a hot water bottle, and several mysterious demonstration injuries on the table. The lesson was not intended to turn a teenage girl into a physician. It was intended to teach her how to recognize danger, provide limited immediate care, summon professional help when necessary, and maintain order until that help arrived. This distinction mattered, although domestic expectations sometimes blurred it. A capable woman should know what to do, but she should also know what she was not qualified to do. She was expected to remain calm enough to make that decision, while another person bled, cried, fainted, or announced that the pain was probably nothing. Apparently, the family's first medical instrument was not the thermometer. It was her face. The first rule was preparation. A household medicine cabinet or first aid box should be orderly enough that necessary supplies could be found without emptying its entire contents onto the bathroom floor. Bandages belonged together. Clean dressings had to remain clean. Scissors and tweezers required a known location. Medicines needed labels, safe storage, and protection from children. Old prescriptions, unidentified tablets, and bottles whose instructions had faded were not transformed into useful remedies merely because they had survived at the back of the shelf. In practice, family cabinets often contained a complicated mixture of physician-approved treatments, commercial products, inherited remedies, and one bottle nobody remembered purchasing. The student was taught to read labels carefully and follow professional instructions rather than improvised dosages. She might keep emergency telephone numbers near the rotary phone and know how to describe an injury clearly when calling a doctor, clinic, hospital, or emergency service available in the community. This sounds obvious until the actual emergency arrives. Then the telephone cord seems shorter, the dial moves more slowly, and the person beside you insists that no doctor is necessary, while becoming visibly less convincing. Minor cuts and scrapes provided the safest place to begin. The injured area had to be examined, cleaned according to the guidance being taught, protected with a suitable dressing, and watched for signs that professional care might be required. Hands were washed before touching the wound when circumstances allowed. Bleeding was controlled through sensible first aid measures rather than dramatic household invention. The bandage needed to cover and protect without becoming so tight that circulation was affected. A small injury was also an opportunity to observe the injured person. Was the cut deeper than it first appeared? Was there embedded material? Had the person become pale, dizzy, confused, or unusually quiet? Did the injury involve the eye, face, hand, or another area where damage could carry greater consequences? The lesson emphasized that calm attention was more useful than declaring everything fine before looking. Yet girls were also taught to soothe. A frightened child needed reassurance while the knee was cleaned. A husband who had cut his hand might require practical help and the preservation of his dignity, especially if the accident occurred during a task he had recently described as simple. The bandage treated the wound. The tone of voice treated the room. Burns carried greater seriousness because kitchens, irons, heaters, hot water, steam, and open flames were ordinary parts of domestic life. Prevention began with turning pot handles away from edges, keeping children clear of hot equipment, using dry protective cloths, testing water carefully, and refusing to treat an iron as though it became harmless merely because it had been unplugged. When a burn occurred, the important questions involved severity, location, extent, and whether medical attention was needed. The classroom could demonstrate protective dressings and emergency procedures appropriate to its period, but the wiser lesson was restraint. Household folklore offered oils, salves, powders, and improvised applications with great confidence. Not all of them helped, and some could complicate later treatment. The girl was therefore expected to follow current medical or first aid guidance, rather than the advice of whichever relative spoke most firmly from the doorway. This required a particular kind of courage. Tradition often sounded warmer than instruction. The aunt with 30 years of experience might be offended by the suggestion that her preferred remedy was unnecessary. Meanwhile, the burned hand remained uninterested in family diplomacy. Sprains, possible fractures, fainting, choking, poisoning, and serious bleeding introduced a more important boundary. Some situations could not be managed as ordinary household problems. The injured person might need to be kept still, observed, protected from further harm, and taken for professional treatment. A girl learning first aid was taught to notice rather than diagnose beyond her ability. A limb at an unnatural angle, a person who could not be awakened, normally severe pain, breathing difficulty, uncontrolled bleeding, suspected poisoning, or a head injury demanded more than a clean cloth and optimism. Transportation itself could be a problem. Not every family owned a car. An ambulance might take time. A rural doctor could be miles away. The telephone might be shared distant or temporarily unavailable. Neighbours became part of emergency systems, as did relatives, police, fire departments, clinics, visiting nurses, and local hospitals. The home did not stand alone, even when domestic culture preferred to present the wife as capable of handling nearly everything inside it. Sometimes the most responsible thing she could do was admit that the problem had exceeded the medicine cabinet. Illness created a slower emergency. A feverish child or bedridden adult could occupy a room for days, and the household had to reorganize around that bed. Curtains were adjusted for light and ventilation. Noise was reduced. Water tissues, a thermometer, prescribed medicines, and a bell or another way to call for help were placed within reach. The bed had to remain clean and as comfortable as possible. Linens were changed even when moving the patient required planning. Meals became trays of foods thought suitable for the illness and consistent with the doctor's advice. Dishes returned to the kitchen for careful washing. The room needed tidying without exhausting the person inside it. Visitors might be restricted, especially when infection was a concern and children had to be prevented from entering simply because a closed door had made the room irresistible. The sick room turned the wife into a keeper of temperature, time fluids, bedding, medicine schedules, symptoms, and household traffic. A person resting in bed could experience the room as still. The woman caring for him experienced it as a list that renewed itself every hour. Recording information was part of the work. A notebook beside the bed might contain the patient's temperature, the time medicine was given, what food or drink was taken, periods of sleep, and changes that should be reported to the physician. This helped prevent doses from being forgotten or repeated, and gave the doctor a clearer account than the phrase "he seemed worse sometime after lunch." The clock became a medical assistant. Instructions had to be read carefully, especially when several bottles or family members were involved. A spoon chosen casually from the kitchen drawer was not always a reliable measuring instrument, and medicines intended for one person were not automatically suitable for another. Even in the 1950s, when many products could be purchased and advertised with a confidence that now seems startling, responsible home nursing instruction emphasized following professional direction, yet the wife remained the person translating those directions into daily practice. The doctor might visit briefly or speak by telephone. She observed the patient through the long hours between contacts, noticed changes, and decided when another call was necessary. Her knowledge was limited, but her responsibility was continuous. Communicable illness increased both the workload and the fear. Influenza, measles, mumps, chickenpox, whooping cough, tuberculosis, polio, and other illnesses occupied a more immediate place in family memory than they do for many households today. The exact response depended on the disease medical guidance, public health rules, vaccination status, local outbreaks, and the resources available to the family. A sick child might be kept apart from siblings. Towels, cups, utensils, and bedding could require special handling. Hands were washed repeatedly. Surfaces were cleaned. Visitors were discouraged. School absences had to be explained. Parents watched for changes that might signal complications. The mother could be frightened while trying not to frighten the child. In years when polio cases rose during warm weather, an ordinary fever or aching limb could carry a shadow far larger than the symptom itself. No amount of cheerful domestic competence could remove that uncertainty. The woman at the bedside might know the rules, follow every instruction, and still have no guarantee that the illness would remain mild. Home care depended greatly on money, location, race, and access to medical services. A comfortable family could place a patient in a separate bedroom, call a private physician, purchase prescribed medicines, and perhaps hire nursing help. A crowded household might have no room available for isolation, and no adult able to stop working. Rural families could face long travel to clinics or hospitals. Black families living under segregation encountered unequal medical facilities, discriminatory treatment, and fewer accessible resources in many communities. Insurance coverage and hospital access varied. Working women lost wages or risked employment when they remained home with a sick child. Domestic workers might care for illness in an employer's family before returning to their own households. Older daughters could be kept out of school to assist with siblings' meals and laundry. The ideal sick room in a manual contained clean linens, quiet light, and orderly supplies. Many real sick rooms contain 2 children in one bed, a worried parent calculating the doctor's fee, and a kettle heating in the next room because care required equipment the family did not own. The emotional burden was harder to diagram. A wife was expected to comfort the sick person without promising what she could not know. She had to follow instructions while tolerating complaints from someone who disliked the instructions. She might encourage fluids, prepare unwanted food, change damp bedding, empty basins, and listen to the same worry repeated through the night. If the patient was her child, fear sat beside every task. If it was her husband, she might also worry about wages, employment, and what would happen if the illness continued. If she became ill herself, the system revealed its weakness. Who recorded her temperature, prepared the meals, washed the linens, cared for the children, and kept the house operating? Sometimes relatives or neighbors arrived. Sometimes a husband took over more than the public stereotype allowed. Sometimes the children helped, and sometimes the sick woman continued working because the household had no substitute. The family possessed a designated caregiver. The caregiver's body had apparently not been included in the contingency plan. At the end of the lesson, the bandages are rolled again, the thermometer returned to its case, and the practice bed restored to smoothness. You have learned that first aid is not heroism. It is observation, preparation, limited action, and the judgment to seek help. Home nursing is not the mysterious instinct of a naturally caring woman. It is skilled labor involving cleanliness, records, timing, physical effort, emotional control, and the humility to follow medical guidance. These lessons could make a girl safer, more confident, and better able to protect herself as well as others. Yet the curriculum still points the knowledge toward an imagined husband and children, as though illness will enter the future home and immediately ask for her by name. She will know where the clean sheets are, which medicine was given when the fever rose, and whether the doctor should be called again. Everyone else will be allowed to become sick. She will be expected to become useful. Once the patient recovers, the bed must be stripped, the room aired, the dishes washed, and the household returned to normal. And normal as the next lesson will demonstrate with floor wax dust cloths and a remarkably judgmental patch of linoleum requires its own form of continuous treatment. A clean floor was not merely a surface without dirt. It was evidence that someone had detected the dirt before anyone else had the opportunity to notice it. In the home economics classroom, a square of linoleum, a strip of varnished wood, a dust mop, several cloths, a broom, a bucket, and a row of cleaning products turned ordinary housework into a small laboratory of surfaces. Each material had its own rules. Wood could be damaged by too much water. Linoleum could lose its shine beneath harsh treatment. Painted walls tolerated some methods and objected permanently to others. Upholstery collected dust in folds that appeared innocent until struck by sunlight. You were taught to identify the material before selecting the product, because clean it harder was not considered a scientific method. The room should be approached in an order that prevented completed work from being spoiled by the next task. Dust high surfaces before low ones. Sweep or vacuum after loose dust had settled. Clean from the less soiled area toward the dirtier one. Gather equipment before starting. Open windows when ventilation was needed. The principles were practical, efficient, and transferable to almost any shared space. Yet the assignment carried a larger expectation. The home should look naturally restful because one person had spent the morning preventing it from looking lived in. Dusting began above eye level where neglect could remain hidden until a guest sat in exactly the wrong chair. Picture frames, shelves, lamp bases, window ledges, Radio cabinets, table legs, chair rungs, and decorative objects required attention. A dry cloth could push dust into the air, allowing it to travel briefly before settling somewhere newly inconvenient. A slightly damp cloth, or one prepared for dusting, might trap it more effectively depending on the surface. You folded the cloth into several clean faces and turned it as each section became soiled instead of wiping the entire room with the same grey corner. Carved furniture demanded work around grooves. Venetian blinds contained enough horizontal surfaces to suggest that their inventor had a private disagreement with free time. Radiators, baseboards, and the tops of doors belonged to the category of places nobody consciously observed, but someone might judge once they appeared dirty. The teacher encouraged method: move around the room in one direction, complete each surface, and avoid wandering from object to object according to whatever caught your eye. Random cleaning felt busy. Systematic cleaning finished rooms. This distinction mattered in a household where several rooms, meals, loads of laundry errands, and children might compete for the same pair of hands. Wood furniture required restraint disguised as devotion. Too much polish could leave a sticky film that attracted more dust, while the wrong cleaner could cloud or damage the finish. You learned to follow the grain use small amounts and buff until the surface reflected light without announcing that it had been coated. Water rings, fingerprints, cigarette ash, and scratches were treated according to the material and severity, not according to household folklore performed with confidence. Magazine advertisements showed dining tables glowing beneath bowls of flowers, their surfaces apparently protected from children, hot dishes, elbows, and human moisture by the moral force of the product label. Real furniture needed coasters, pads, wiping, polishing, and periodic acceptance that families leave marks. Still, a polished table carried emotional weight. It suggested pride in the home and care for possessions that may have required years of payments. A woman could run her hand across the wood and feel genuine satisfaction in preserving something valuable. The discomfort came when preservation became a constant defense against the people for whom the furniture had been purchased. The living room belonged to the family, but everyone was instructed not to touch it casually. Comfort had been installed. Please avoid using it. Floors turned cleaning into physical endurance. A broom gathered crumbs, lint hair thread, tracked soil, and whatever the children had carried indoors on their shoes. Dustpans required the final thin line of dirt to cross their edge, a simple transition that household debris resisted with political conviction. Carpets and rugs needed sweeping, beating, or vacuuming according to equipment and custom. A modern vacuum cleaner could remove dirt more effectively than many older methods, but it was often heavy, loud, and accompanied by attachments whose names implied specialized military functions. Furniture had to be moved or worked around. Cords caught beneath chair legs. The machine heated the room and competed successfully with the radio. Advertisements described effortless suction, while showing a woman in a clean dress guiding the appliance with one graceful hand. The actual operator bent, lifted, plugged, unplugged, emptied bags, cleaned brushes, and dragged the machine upstairs. Vacuum tracks became visible proof that the work had been completed, neat lines across the carpet that would disappear the moment anyone crossed the room. The floor was clean. The household was expected to remain airborne. Linoleum and other resilient flooring demanded their own procedure. Loose dirt was removed first, so that mopping did not convert grit into an abrasive paste. The cleaning solution had to suit the material and be measured rather than poured, with the belief that more foam represented stronger character. Excess water could seep into seams or damage areas beneath the surface. The mop or cloth was wrung well moved through manageable sections and rinsed before dirty water was spread across clean territory. Corners and edges needed hand attention because mops maintained a long-standing reluctance to enter them properly. Once the floor was dry, Wax might be applied in a thin, even coat. Too much wax created dull build-up streaks or a surface with the traction of frozen glass. Too little left uneven protection. Some products required buffing by hand or with a machine. You knelt, reached, rubbed, and waited for the shine to emerge. The finished floor caught the light beautifully, offering no evidence of the knees, shoulders, and lower back that produced it. It also created a new rule for the family: do not walk here yet. The home had become spotless and temporarily inaccessible. Bathrooms and kitchens complicated the fantasy of effortless cleanliness because sanitation mattered as much as appearance. Grease near the range, soap residue around the sink, moisture along tile fingerprints on handles, and dirt around fixtures required appropriate cleaning rather than decorative polishing. Cloths used in one area should not casually continue their journey across the entire house. Waste containers needed emptying and washing. Damp towels and bath mats had to dry. Toilet, basin, tub, and floor demanded separate attention and frequent repetition. Kitchens accumulated invisible concerns around food preparation, while bathrooms displayed hard watermark soap film and the remarkable ability of toothpaste to travel beyond the person using it. The household manager had to distinguish between cleaning, disinfecting when appropriate, removing stains, protecting surfaces, and simply making something shine. These goals overlapped but were not identical. A chrome faucet could sparkle while the cloth beneath it remained sour. A white sink could look sanitary without having been cleaned correctly. Home economics tried to replace guesswork with knowledge. Popular culture often simplified the conclusion. A good woman's home looked bright, smelled pleasant, and contained no evidence that human bodies lived there. The schedule extended beyond the daily sweep. Certain jobs belonged weekly, seasonally, or whenever the house announced that postponement had ended. Curtains were washed or cleaned. Windows were polished inside and out. Mattresses were turned. Closets were emptied and reorganized. Rugs were moved. Woodwork was washed. Cupboards were cleared of crumbs and expired ambitions. Upholstery received attention. Bedding, slipcovers, screens, porches, basements, and storage spaces entered rotating campaigns that made keeping house less a single occupation than a collection of maintenance departments. Spring cleaning carried particular cultural force, opening windows and attacking winter's accumulated dust with renewed determination. The whole household might assist in some families, yet the planning often remained with the woman who knew which curtains could be washed, where the ladder was stored, and what had been postponed since November. Labour-saving products and appliances could shorten individual tasks, but they also encouraged higher standards and more frequent cleaning. Once a vacuum could remove deep dirt, rugs were expected to contain less of it. Once wax promised a brighter floor, a dull one became more noticeable. Convenience did not always reduce the workload. Sometimes it merely informed the house that better results were now available. Not every household possessed the same rooms, equipment, water supply, or time. A middle-class suburban home with several bedrooms, wall-to-wall carpet, chrome appliances, and multiple polished surfaces generated a different cleaning routine from a small apartment farm kitchen, rented room, or crowded working-class house. More space could represent comfort while quietly increasing the territory under maintenance. Women who worked for wages often compressed cleaning into evenings and weekends or relied on older children and relatives. Wealthier families might hire domestic help, transferring the physical work to women whose own homes still required attention after the paid day ended. Black women were disproportionately directed into domestic service by discriminatory labour systems, cleaning white households under standards of perfection while receiving low wages and limited respect for the skill involved. Rural women might contend with tracked mud sootwood or coal heat animals and less convenient water. Urban families face street dust, shared hallways, cramped storage, and landlords who did not necessarily repair the surfaces tenants were expected to keep presentable. The ideal spotless home was advertised as a personal achievement. Its possibility depended heavily on architecture, income, labour ownership, and who was available to clean. By late afternoon, the dustcloths have been rinsed, the bucket emptied, and the wax allowed to dry. Sunlight enters through the clean window and falls across the floor in one polished rectangle. The room looks quiet. Cushions are arranged. The radio cabinet is free of fingerprints. The table reflects the vase. Nothing in the scene reveals how often you bent, lifted, scrubbed, wrung, carried, reached, or returned to a spot that looked clean until the light changed. There is honest pleasure in the transformation. An orderly room can soothe the mind, protect belongings, reduce hazards, and make a family feel cared for. The skill lies not only in effort but in sequence judgment and the ability to maintain many materials without damaging them. Yet the standard becomes punishing when cleanliness is treated as the natural condition of a respectable home rather than an achievement with a cost. The effortless house is a visual trick. Its effort has simply been removed from view. You place the last chair squarely beneath the table and inspect the floor for footprints. For one brief moment, the room is prepared for no one. Then the telephone may ring, a child may return with mud on one shoe, or a husband may place the newspaper across the polished surface before the furniture has finished enjoying its success. More urgently, the doorbell may sound. The unexpected guest stands outside with a smile, expecting coffee conversation and perhaps a slice of cake. The clean room has passed its inspection. Now it must become welcoming, and the woman who restored it must behave as though she had been sitting peacefully all afternoon waiting for company to arrive. The unexpected guest was not simply a person at the door. She was a surprise inspection wearing gloves and a pleasant expression. The bell rang while the floor wax was still drying. The cake tin contained only crumbs, and one cushion had already begun drifting away from its assigned position. You paused in the hallway, listening for a second ring as though the visitor might reconsider, and quietly returned to the street. She did not. Through the curtain appeared the outline of a neighbour, church acquaintance, relative or friend who'd been passing nearby and decided to stop in. Informal visiting could offer companionship in a decade when many women spent long hours at home, but informality had rules of its own. The caller should not appear to be an inconvenience. The hostess should look pleased, invite her inside, take her coat if necessary, and guide her toward a room that suggested the household had been calm all day. You opened the door with a smile and stepped backward carefully so your shoe would not leave a mark on the polished floor. The guest saw a tidy living room, warm light, and a woman apparently delighted by human contact. She did not see the dustcloth hidden behind the radiator. The first few minutes required rapid observation. Was this a brief social call or a visit preparing to settle into the afternoon? Had the guest come alone? Did she look worried, excited, or simply interested in discussing someone who was not present? Her hat, gloves, handbag, posture, and opening remarks offered clues. You invited her to sit and placed yourself where you could continue the conversation while mentally inspecting the kitchen. Was there coffee? Was the percolator clean? Was the milk fresh? Did the cupboard contain cookies, crackers, canned fruit, or anything that could be placed on a plate without revealing desperation? Hospitality did not always require elaborate food, but offering nothing could feel unfriendly, especially when the caller remained beyond a few minutes. A practiced hostess might say she was just about to make coffee a sentence that transformed emergency preparation into coincidence. The guest could politely refuse once. You might offer again with enough warmth to show sincerity, but not enough pressure to turn refreshment into a legal obligation. Eventually, both women understood where the coffee would appear. Much of etiquette consisted of reaching decisions through sentences that did not state them directly. In the kitchen, the performance accelerated. Water went into the percolator, coffee into the basket, and the lid into place. The appliance began its familiar bubbling while you opened cupboards with controlled speed. Ideally, a cake had been baked earlier and stored beneath a cover ready for exactly this situation. More realistically, there might be a few slices remaining from Sunday, a package of cookies, a loaf suitable for toast, or the ingredients for something quick. Commercial mixes and packaged baked goods increasingly offered useful shortcuts, though the hostess was expected to serve them attractively enough that convenience appeared to have developed good breeding. Cookies were arranged on a plate rather than presented in their package. Cake was sliced evenly. A dusting of sugar, a spoonful of preserved fruit, or a little whipped topping could elevate something plain if time and supplies allowed. The tray received cups, saucers, teaspoons, napkins, sugar and cream or milk. Every item had to be checked for spots because glassware and china developed flaws most efficiently when company was waiting. The kitchen might be untidy from the earlier cleaning campaign, but the door could remain partly closed. Hospitality did not require the guest to witness logistics. Coffee itself carried expectations. It should be hot, fresh, and strong enough to be recognized without becoming hostile. The percolator offered sound and aroma before the tray entered the room, creating the reassuring impression that the household had reserves. You poured carefully, leaving space for milk or cream, and asking how the guest preferred it. Sugar was passed with a spoon or tongs when cubes were used. Cups remained on their saucers. The hostess might serve the guest first, then herself while watching for spills and placing the cake plate within easy reach. These gestures could express genuine affection. Preparing coffee for a tired neighbour, a lonely relative, or a woman carrying difficult news gave shape to care. A warm cup created a pause in the day and a reason to sit together. Yet the ritual could also become another measure of competence. Weak coffee, an empty sugar bowl, mismatched cups, or a stale slice of cake might feel like evidence that the woman had not maintained her household's readiness. The guest may not have judged at all. The hostess had already completed the judging on her behalf. Conversation required as much management as the tray. The caller might begin with children shopping church weather, a new appliance, a family illness, or the recent behavior of someone several houses away. Neighborhood visits carried news before telephones and evening conversations distributed it further. Gossip could be cruel, but it could also function as local information who needed help, whose child was sick, who's looking for work, who'd returned from the hospital, and which family might appreciate a covered dish. The hostess had to distinguish concern from intrusion, while participating enough not to seem cold. She listened, asked questions, and avoided offering information that might travel farther than intended. If the visitor criticized another woman's housekeeping, child dress, or marriage, the conversation suddenly became a test of allegiance. Agree too eagerly, and you might become part of the story by evening. Defend too strongly, and you might appear defensive for reasons nobody had previously considered. A neutral remark about how difficult things could be for any family often helped. So did another cup of coffee. The percolator had no moral authority, but it was an excellent change of subject. The visit also revealed how much social life depended on the home being permanently available. A woman could not always choose when her workday paused. The caller arrived according to her own schedule, and the hostess was expected to absorb the interruption gracefully. Laundry might remain damp. Dinner preparation might be delayed. A child's nap could end. An errand might become impossible before the store closed. Paid employment, volunteer obligations, and family duties complicated the expectation further, yet saying that one was too busy risked sounding unfriendly. The ideal woman maintained friendships, supported neighbours, remembered illnesses, welcomed relatives, and still completed every domestic task on time. Sociability was presented as leisure even when it required cleaning, shopping, baking, serving, listening, and emotional alertness. The guest sat for 40 minutes. The visit could occupy 2 hours once preparation, interruption, and recovery were counted. No one entered those hours in the household budget. Friendship, like polished furniture, was expected to shine without displaying maintenance. Class and community shaped the ritual. In one home, refreshments appeared on matching china with silver spoons and a plate of carefully made cake. In another, coffee was served in everyday cups beside store-bought cookies or bread with preserves. Some households offered tea, soft drinks, milk, or foods rooted in regional religious and immigrant traditions, rather than the standardized menu shown in magazines. Rural visitors might arrive after traveling considerable distance and reasonably expect more substantial food. Close relatives could walk directly into the kitchen and help themselves. In crowded apartments, the dining table might also serve as a work surface, study desk, and storage area, requiring rapid rearrangement before anyone sat down. Black women created rich networks of church, family, neighborhood, and mutual assistance despite segregation and unequal resources, though mainstream domestic imagery rarely treated their homes as the center of respectable American hospitality. Working-class women often practiced generosity with limited supplies, stretching coffee, adding another plate, and refusing to let scarcity become humiliation. Hospitality was not owned by any one social class. The ability to make another person welcome could flourish without a formal living room matching cups or a cake stand. Still, popular advice often encouraged a recognizable middle-class ideal: remain prepared for callers. Keep a presentable room. Maintain a small reserve of suitable refreshments. Change from work clothes before late afternoon if circumstances allowed. Freshen your hair and face. Remove evidence of the rougher household tasks. A house dress might be practical for cleaning, but a guest-ready dress or clean apron signaled that the woman understood the difference between labor and public appearance. This expectation turned the hours before evening into a transition period. Floors were checked, toys gathered, coffee supplies noted, and personal fatigue reduced to something that could be concealed with lipstick and posture. The visitor might be another woman living under the same standard, fully aware that the calm room had been produced hurriedly. Neither necessarily exposed the fiction. One admired the cake. The other insisted it had been no trouble. The cake, if consulted, might have offered a more complicated account. Eventually, the guest placed her cup on the saucer and began the departure ritual. She said she should not keep you. You assured her that she had not. She gathered her gloves and handbag, perhaps remained near the doorway for another 10 minutes, and finally stepped outside with thanks for the coffee. You watched until she reached the walk, then closed the door gently. The house became quiet again. 2 cups, 2 plates used napkins, crumbs, and a cooling percolator remained behind. The floor had acquired 1 heel mark. Dinner was now late by nearly an hour, yet the visit may have brought laughter, useful news, comfort, or the simple relief of speaking with another adult during a long day. The hospitality was real. So was the labor supporting it. You carried the tray back to the kitchen and began washing the cups before the coffee dried around their rims. Tomorrow a thank you note might be written, a telephone call returned, or another social obligation remembered. The guest had left the house. The social office of the future wife remained open. A thank you note was not simply a polite sentence on folded paper. It was evidence that you had noticed a kindness, remembered the person responsible, located suitable stationery, written legibly, addressed the envelope correctly. found a stamp and completed the entire process before gratitude became suspiciously late. In the home economics classroom, a stack of note cards, envelopes, fountain pens, blotting paper, and sample situations turned courtesy into a practical exercise. A wedding gift required thanks. A dinner invitation required acknowledgement. Flowers sent during illness, a borrowed casserole dish returned with food inside it, a teacher who had offered special help, or a relative who had mailed birthday money all entered the private ledger of social obligation. The message should be warm but not extravagant, specific, but not overly long personal, without becoming intimate enough to alarm the recipient. Thank you for the lovely gift was acceptable, but naming the gift and saying how it would be used sounded more sincere. The note should not read like a form letter even when 12 nearly identical gifts waited on the table. Gratitude like biscuits was expected to appear fresh in every batch. Stationery carried meaning before a single word was written. Heavy cream paper suggested formality. A floral card felt friendlier. Monograms, if the household used them, announced identity with quiet confidence. Ink should be dark and readable. Pencil implied haste unless circumstances made it necessary. The handwriting needed to remain clear even when the writer had already addressed several envelopes, and the side of her hand had collected a faint blue stain. You dated the note, greeted the recipient, properly referred to the kindness, added one personal sentence, and closed with the level of warmth the relationship allowed. A future bride might be taught to keep a list of gifts and send acknowledgements promptly, so that no aunt neighbour, church member, employer, or distant cousin wondered whether the package had vanished into postal darkness. The gift itself could be modest. The obligation to remember it was not. A household's reputation for good manners depended partly on paper leaving the house at the correct moment. The note appeared to express spontaneous feeling. In practice, spontaneity had a schedule. The telephone added speed but removed the protection of revision. A rotary phone sat on a hallway table, kitchen wall, or small stand with a directory pencil and message pad nearby. When it rang, someone had to answer ideally before the caller began imagining neglect or catastrophe. The expected greeting varied by household, but the voice should be clear, pleasant, and ready to identify the residence or the person speaking without sounding as though the call had interrupted anything important. You did not shout across the house while holding the receiver against your chest and hoping the caller could not hear. You offered to take a message. You repeated names, numbers, and appointment times to prevent mistakes. If the person requested was unavailable, you did not provide unnecessary details about where he had gone, why she was absent, or how long the family expected to remain out. Telephone manners combined courtesy with household security discretion, and the simple challenge of hearing accurately through a line that might crackle, fade, or share more information than intended. Shared and party lines made privacy especially uncertain in some communities. Several households could be connected to the same line, each with its own ringing pattern, and anyone lifting the receiver at the wrong moment might discover a conversation already in progress. Good manners required replacing the receiver rather than listening. Human curiosity occasionally proposed a different curriculum. Calls were meant to remain reasonably brief because another household might need the line, and emergencies carried priority over leisurely discussion. A teenage girl speaking with a friend could become so absorbed that a parent eventually appeared nearby and began performing visible concern about the passage of time. A woman arranging a church supper, medical appointment, family visit, or ride to town had to communicate efficiently while knowing that privacy might consist mainly of communal restraint. The telephone-connected, isolated homes reduced unnecessary travel and offered companionship during long days. It also allowed obligations to enter the house without knocking. A ringing bell could announce illness, a committee request, a changed appointment, or a relative who had decided to arrive sooner than expected. The machine saved time by ensuring that other people could claim it immediately. The future wife was often expected to become the household's unofficial receptionist. She remembered which child needed to be at school early, when the dentist expected the family whose birthday approached, which neighbour had lent the serving tray, and whether her husband had promised to telephone his mother. Messages intended for other people passed through her. She wrote them on slips of paper, placed them beside dinner plates, repeated them at the door, and sometimes carried them mentally through several hours of unrelated work. A missed message could create embarrassment or practical trouble. A forgotten invitation might offend a friend. A wrong appointment time could waste an afternoon. She kept an address book containing relatives, doctors, schools, employers, repairmen, church members, babysitters, and friends who had moved twice, but still expected Christmas cards. Names, numbers, illnesses, anniversaries, preferences, and old disagreements formed a network only partly visible on the page. The home was not socially self-sustaining. Someone had to maintain its connections. This was clerical labour performed without an office salary or title, usually between the sink and the ringing phone. Invitations and replies expanded the work. A written invitation to a formal event required a timely response in the style appropriate to the occasion. A casual telephone invitation still required checking the family calendar, transportation, childcare, clothing, money, and whether another commitment had already been accepted. The wife was often expected to know the answer for the household before consulting every member of it. She might decline gracefully without revealing that the babysitter was unavailable, the dress no longer fit, or the entertainment budget had already surrendered. When accepting, she recorded the date and perhaps noted whether a gift-covered dish, formal clothing, or transportation arrangement would be needed. Hosting created an even longer chain, selecting the guests, avoiding obvious conflicts, issuing invitations, tracking replies, planning refreshments, preparing rooms, and remembering which two relatives should not be seated close enough to resume an argument, begun during the previous administration. Social harmony required foresight. The invitation occupied one line on the calendar. The preparation spread across the week. Church groups, school associations, women's clubs, neighborhood committees, charitable drives, family reunions, and community events all depended heavily on women who made telephone calls and wrote notes. One woman contacted 5 others who contacted 5 more. Lists circulated. Pies were promised. Chairs were counted. Someone remembered that Mrs. Harper had been ill and should not be asked to carry anything heavy. Someone else knew which family needed discreet assistance and how to provide it without turning kindness into public exposure. These networks offered genuine power, friendship, purpose, and mutual support. Women exchanged information, organized aid, raised funds, welcomed newcomers, and held communities together through work. That official history is often compressed into the phrase "the ladies helped." Yet participation could become another test of character. Refusing too many requests suggested selfishness. Volunteering too eagerly risked exhaustion. The ideal woman supported school, church, family, and neighborhood while maintaining a calm home and never giving the impression that any committee had interfered with dinner. Community service was praised. The scheduling department remained unpaid. Thank you notes and telephone calls also helped manage emotion. A condolence card had to acknowledge grief without filling the page with empty reassurance. A call to someone recovering from illness required warmth without exhausting the patient. A new mother might receive congratulations and an offer of help stated in a way that allowed her to accept. A relative who felt overlooked needed contact before hurt hardened into family policy. The wife often became the person who noticed distance and attempted repair. She reminded children to write grandparents, encouraged her husband to return a call, sent a birthday card to an aunt he had nearly forgotten, and maintained relationships attached to both sides of the family. This could express love and social intelligence. It could also make her responsible for feelings she did not create. If two relatives stopped speaking, she was encouraged to soften the situation. If a neighbour felt excluded, she considered extending the next invitation. If a husband disliked correspondence, she might sign both names to the card. The handwriting was hers. The gratitude became plural. Class, race, region, and community shaped these practices. A household with printed stationery, private telephone service, domestic help, and money for frequent entertaining managed social life, differently from a family relying on postcards, public telephones, borrowed rides, or face-to-face messages carried between nearby homes. Rural women might coordinate long-distance visits around weather farm schedules and limited telephone access. Urban families could live near relatives yet struggle with crowded schedules and shift work. Black women built powerful networks through churches, clubs, kinship, mutual aid societies, schools, and neighborhood organizations while navigating segregated institutions that excluded them from many public forms of respectability. Immigrant families might move between English and another language depending on the recipient preserving customs that etiquette manuals did not fully understand. Working women handled correspondence and calls after paid hours, often using lunch breaks to schedule appointments or purchase cards. The exact tools differed. The underlying labor remained recognizable. Remember, people respond properly, maintain contact, and prevent the household from drifting into social isolation. At the end of the lesson, you place the finished note into its envelope and smooth the flap. Beside it lies a telephone message written in careful block letters, name, number, time, reason for calling. The task seems small. Neither requires heavy lifting hot water or a scrub brush. Yet together they reveal another part of domestic training. A wife was expected to manage not only food fabric, children illness and rooms, but also the invisible lines connecting the family to everyone beyond the front door. She remembered birthdays, answered invitations, acknowledged gifts, conveyed news, offered sympathy, and ensured that social debts did not remain unpaid. These skills could create community and preserve affection across distance. They could also occupy the mind with dozens of unfinished obligations no one else knew existed. You stamp the envelope and place it where it will be mailed. The telephone is quiet for the moment. The address book closes, though several names remain marked for future calls. The social office has no official closing hour, but its work is complete enough for today. Soon the classroom will move into public organizations and competitions, where domestic knowledge will leave the private kitchen and appear beneath banners on examination papers at county gatherings, and in photographs of smiling girls receiving awards. Cooking, sewing, budgeting, and family life will become evidence not only that a girl is ready for marriage, but that she is ready to represent an entire ideal of American womanhood. The thank you note was private. The next test will have judges. Domestic skill changed character once it left the classroom and entered a gymnasium beneath a banner. A biscuit that had once been inspected by one teacher might now sit beside dozens of other entries on a long table. A dress sewn during quiet afternoon periods could appear beneath bright lights, while judges examined its seams. A household budget nutrition poster, childcare demonstration, or neatly arranged display might represent not only the student who made it, but her school, her chapter, and an entire public ideal of capable young womanhood. By the mid-1950s, girls participating in home economics organizations could wear pins, elect officers, attend meetings, lead projects, enter competitions, and speak before audiences about the skills they were expected to carry into adult life. The kitchen had become a training ground for leadership, though the leadership was frequently described through the language of home and family. A girl could organize a chapter, manage money, plan an event, introduce a speaker, and address a room with confidence. Then she might be photographed holding a mixing bowl. Progress had arrived, but it had brought an apron for the occasion. Future Homemakers of America had been founded in 1945 at a convention in Chicago, created as a national student organization connected to home economics education. By the 1950s, an FHA chapter could give girls a structured world beyond the ordinary class period. Meetings followed an agenda. Officers held titles such as president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, historian, reporter, or parliamentarian according to local practice. Minutes were recorded, dues might be collected. Committees planned programs, social events, service projects, ceremonies, and participation in district, state, or national activities. A shy student who rarely raised a hand in class might be asked to present a report before the chapter. Another could learn to keep financial records or guide a discussion. These were not imaginary abilities. They involved organization, public speaking, cooperation deadlines, and the difficult art of persuading several teenagers to complete the jobs they had enthusiastically volunteered to perform. The organization's name pointed toward homemaking, but much of its daily machinery resembled civic training. You learned how groups functioned, how responsibilities were divided, and how quickly a committee could spend 40 minutes deciding the color of a table decoration. The chapter often connected household knowledge with community service. Members might prepare food for an event, assist with school functions, support a charitable drive, visit people who are ill or elderly, work on safety campaigns, improve a shared room, or create educational displays about nutrition, childcare, clothing, or family life. Activities varied by school and region, but the underlying message was that domestic competence should serve the wider community. This offered girls a legitimate path into public activity at a time when many formal leadership spaces still favored boys and men. A chapter officer could stand at a podium, conduct a meeting, coordinate volunteers, correspond with local adults, and see her name in a school newspaper. Yet the acceptable form of authority remained carefully framed. She was leading in order to strengthen homes, families, schools, and communities, not necessarily to challenge the expectation that those areas would remain her primary responsibility. Her confidence was encouraged provided it developed in an approved direction. The girl could manage the entire event. Someone still reminded her to make sure the refreshments were attractive. Pins, badges, certificates, chapter colors, printed programs, and formal ceremonies made participation visible. A small emblem fastened to a blouse told others that the wearer belonged to an organized national movement. Installation ceremonies could transform ordinary school offices into symbols of duty. Scrapbooks preserved newspaper clippings, photographs, programs, ribbons, and records of chapter accomplishments. The historian assembled memory while the reporter made sure the community heard about it. At fairs, school exhibitions, and public demonstrations, girls displayed clothing projects, room arrangements, preserved foods, meal plans, or educational posters. A visitor might see a table covered with jars, stitched samples, place settings, and carefully lettered cards explaining what had been learned. Behind each display stood hours of preparation, correcting crooked labels, pressing fabric, replacing wilted decorations, and practicing explanations until they sounded natural. Public proof required private rehearsal. The audience saw a confident student describe a balanced meal. It did not see her repeating the opening sentence in the mirror after dinner while her younger brother provided unsolicited criticism. Demonstrations turned domestic work into performance. A student might show how to prepare a simple food, fit a pattern, organize storage, bandage a minor injury, arrange a study area, or care for clothing. The task had to be completed correctly, while she explained each step clearly enough for an audience to follow. This was harder than performing the skill alone. Hands needed to remain calm. Equipment had to be arranged in advance. The table should look neat. Movements had to be visible. The speaker could not turn her back and mumble into a bowl. If something went wrong, she was expected to recover without allowing the mistake to take control of the presentation. A dropped spoon became a test of composure. A stubborn zipper became a public negotiation. The audience might learn a useful method, but the girl was learning something broader. Preparation creates confidence, and confidence can survive an imperfect moment. These lessons could serve her in college-paid employment, volunteer work teaching business or public life, even when the program described them as preparation for the home. The future being taught was narrow. The skills developing inside it were capable of traveling much farther. Competitions intensified the sense that domestic readiness could be measured. Projects were evaluated for accuracy, workmanship, economy, appearance, planning, originality, and the student's ability to explain her choices. A dress could be inspected inside as well as outside. A food entry could be judged on texture, flavor, shape, and presentation. A room plan might be assessed for usefulness, safety, cost, and visual balance. Record books documented goals, expenses, hours, procedures, and results, converting household labor into something that could be reviewed and ranked. This process could validate work that was often dismissed as natural feminine behavior. Sewing a fitted garment, planning nutritious meals on a limited budget, or organizing a community project required knowledge worthy of recognition. A ribbon said that the skill mattered, but judging also reinforced the idea that female competence should be continuously displayed and compared. The project had to be useful and beautiful, economical and polished, carefully made and pleasantly presented. Apparently even thrift needed attractive lettering. The most direct national expression of this measuring impulse arrived through the Betty Crocker search for the all-American homemaker of tomorrow. Beginning in 1955, participating high school senior girls could take a written examination associated with the scholarship program. The test extended beyond the ability to bake or sew, asking girls to demonstrate knowledge and judgment related to homemaking and family life. Recognition could begin at the school level and lead towards state and national honors, bringing certificates, pins, publicity, travel, or scholarship opportunities depending on the stage and year of the program. For a student, the examination might feel like an important opportunity. Academic knowledge connected with household life was being rewarded publicly, and college assistants could open possibilities far beyond the kitchen. Yet the title itself carried the decade's assumptions. The ideal senior girl was being invited to prove that she could become tomorrow's homemaker, before tomorrow had asked whether she might prefer to become a scientist, accountant, attorney, engineer, physician, artist, business owner, or several things at once. The program rewarded intelligence. It also named the future in advance. Betty Crocker added another layer of authority because she appeared to be a trusted female expert, while actually representing a corporate creation built by teams of real women and marketing professionals. Her portrait cookbooks, radio history, branded products, and familiar signature made her feel almost like a knowledgeable relative who'd somehow obtained an enormous advertising budget. In the Homemaker of Tomorrow program, commercial identity, education, scholarship, and domestic ideals met in one polished package. The contest could genuinely benefit participants. Winners and honorees received recognition for study, responsibility, and achievement. Some used scholarships to pursue higher education and careers that did not fit the narrowest image of the full-time housewife. That contradiction is important. A program designed around traditional homemaking could help a young woman enter a wider world. The examination tested her readiness for one ideal, while the reward might give her more freedom to choose another. History is rarely considerate enough to keep its symbols consistent. For the girl standing at a school assembly, the contradiction may not feel theoretical. Her name is called. She walks toward the front while classmates watch. A principal or chapter advisor presents a certificate, pin, ribbon, or award. Perhaps a photograph is taken for the local newspaper. She is proud, and she has every reason to be. She studied, practiced, organized, completed projects, met deadlines, and learned to speak clearly in public. The award recognizes real effort. It may also please parents who see it as evidence that their daughter is responsible, accomplished, and prepared for adult life. Somewhere beneath the applause sits the question. No ceremony asks, directly prepared for whose version of adult life. Her skills belong to her, but the language around them keeps attaching them to an imagined husband, children, and home. She has demonstrated leadership. The culture calls it readiness, and even this public world was not offered equally. Segregated education shaped organizations, facilities, recognition, and opportunity. Black students participated in a parallel national organization, New Homemakers of America, rather than sharing full membership in Future Homemakers of America during the years before the organizations later joined. Schools serving black communities often worked with fewer resources, while their students and teachers built serious programs of leadership, family education service, and practical skill. Rural girls, working-class girls, students in wealthy suburbs, girls already caring for siblings, and girls imagining college all entered these organizations with different needs and different futures. The badge looked uniform. The America behind it was not. In the next room of this story, the polished national ideal will have to make space for the girls whose domestic training carried different burdens, girls expected to manage their own homes, work for wages, serve in other people's homes, support extended families, and prove respectability inside systems that did not judge everyone by the same rules. The same domestic skill did not lead every girl toward the same future. A white suburban student might be taught to set a table for the private home she was expected to manage. A black student in a segregated school might learn many of the same principles while knowing that the labor market could direct her toward kitchens, laundries, nurseries, hospitals, hotels, or private homes belonging to someone else. A farm girl might arrive in class after feeding chickens, carrying water, helping preserve food, or watching younger children before the first bell. A factory worker's daughter might study household budgeting, while already understanding that no amount of careful arithmetic could make an uncertain wage behave like a generous one. The classroom displayed one model kitchen, one sample family, and one orderly route from school to marriage. Outside its doors stood many Americas, each assigning a different price and status to the same pair of capable hands. The girl who baked the biscuit correctly had demonstrated skill. Whether that skill became a source of independence, unpaid family duty, low-wage employment, public leadership, or all four at once depended on forces the recipe card did not mention. For black girls, domestic education existed inside the larger structure of segregation. Schools could be separated by law or practice with unequal buildings, equipment, textbooks, transportation, and public investment. A home economics teacher in a black school might be highly trained, ambitious, and deeply committed to her students while working with fewer machines, older ranges, limited fabric and supplies that had already served elsewhere. Girls learned nutrition, sewing, child development, household management and leadership, but those lessons carried a contradiction sharper than the one found in many white classrooms. American culture praised the well-managed home as a symbol of womanly achievement, while restricting the housing wages, education credit, and employment available to black families. A black girl could be told that domestic competence reflected personal character, then enter a society that treated her labor as naturally available and cheaply purchased. The standard of respectability remained high. The resources required to achieve it were distributed with no comparable enthusiasm. New Homemakers of America gave many black home economics students an organized space for leadership. During the years when future homemakers of America operated within a segregated educational system, chapters could elect officers, hold meetings, conduct service projects, present demonstrations, attend conferences, and recognize achievement. A girl might learn parliamentary procedure, public speaking, record-keeping, event planning, and cooperation, while exploring questions of home-family work and community. The organization's very existence revealed exclusion, yet the work performed inside it cannot be reduced to exclusion alone. Teachers and students built institutions of pride, discipline, and mutual support within limits they had not chosen. A chapter meeting could provide one of the few places where a black teenage girl was publicly addressed as a future leader. She might stand behind a lectern, call the meeting to order, present a report, and see younger students watching her with attention. The official program might speak of homemaking. The girl was also learning how to occupy a room that expected her voice. Domestic work itself carried the history of paid service. Black women had long worked as cooks, laundresses, maids, nursemaids, cleaners, and household workers, because discrimination restricted access to many other occupations. In the 1950s, domestic service remained a major source of employment, particularly in regions where white employers relied on black women to maintain the polished homes presented as evidence of white middle-class success. The worker could prepare breakfast, wash clothing, care for children, scrub floors, and serve guests in one household, then return to perform similar tasks for her own family. Her employer might describe her as part of the family, a phrase that sounded affectionate, while avoiding the less charming subjects of wages, hours, privacy, protection, and authority. A girl observing this world understood that cooking and childcare could be praised as sacred duties when performed for one's own household, and treated as low-status labor when purchased from someone else. The skill did not change at the property line. The value assigned to the worker did. Rural girls faced another version of the divide between classroom ideals and daily experience. A student from a farm might already understand seasonal labor, food preservation, clothing repair, large meals, weather animal care, and the consequences of equipment failure. She did not need a poster to explain that summer abundance could become winter security. She may have spent August snapping beans, washing jars, gathering eggs, or helping prepare food for harvest workers. Home economics classes 4, H projects and cooperative extension programs could add scientific guidance, safer methods, record-keeping demonstrations, and access to new information. They could also create valued opportunities for competition, travel leadership, and contact beyond an isolated household. Yet the modern kitchen shown in instructional material might include running hot water, electric appliances, generous counter space, and storage that her own home did not possess. Rural electrification was changing many communities, but change arrived unevenly. The classroom mixer promised speed. Back home, the family budget might still be considering the wiring. Farm life also blurred the line between domestic and productive labor. The garden fed the household, but might also support sales or exchange. Chickens produced family meals and cash income. Butter eggs, preserves, sewing, boarding, laundry, or seasonal work could contribute directly to the family economy, even when the woman performing it was described simply as helping. A rural girl learned that the home was not separate from work. It was one of the places where work was organized, stored, processed, and made profitable. She might marry young and remain on a farm, move to a town, seek employment, attend college, or leave agriculture entirely. The home economics curriculum could prepare her for practical independence, but it could also encourage adults to treat her future as already settled. Her brother's work was discussed as farming. Hers might include accounting food production, preservation equipment, use animal care, child care, and feeding several workers, yet still be summarized as keeping house. The title became smaller as the job expanded. For working-class girls in towns and cities, marriage rarely guaranteed withdrawal from paid labor. Many women worked before marriage returned after children grew older, or continued because the household needed their wages. Girls found employment in factories, offices, stores, restaurants, laundries, hospitals, telephone exchanges, garment shops, beauty salons and private homes, with opportunities shaped by race education, region union access and local industry. A home economics class could teach skills that saved money, supported paid occupations, or helped a young woman manage her own room and meals. Sewing might lead to alteration work. Food preparation could support restaurant or institutional employment. Childcare knowledge had value in nurseries and hospitals. Budgeting could protect a wage from disappearing too quickly. But paid work did not necessarily remove domestic expectations. A young wife might spend the day operating machinery or typing invoices and then begin another shift at home. The modern household had acquired a second income without always acquiring a second homemaker. Money changed the meaning of every lesson. A middle-class student could approach sewing as creativity, while a poorer girl might sew because a new dress was impossible. Meal planning could be a nutritional exercise in one home and a weekly defense against hunger in another. Hospitality might involve choosing the correct cake plate, or it might mean dividing what little food remained so that a guest was not embarrassed. Advice to purchase durable goods in quantity assumed cash storage, transportation, and enough stability to plan ahead. Advice to use leftovers assumed that enough food had been cooked to leave some behind. Advice to remain at home with a sick child assumed that wages could be lost without endangering rent. The language of good management often concealed these differences. When a well-funded household succeeded, the homemaker was praised for wisdom. When a poor household struggled, the woman could be blamed for failing to stretch resources that had already been stretched beyond their physical properties. And yet these girls were not merely passive recipients of unequal expectations. They adapted methods, exchanged knowledge, formed networks, took jobs, supported relatives, organized clubs, saved money, pursued education, and used domestic skills in ways the official curriculum had not predicted. A girl could learn to sew because adults expected her to clothe children, then use that skill to earn money and finance further study. She could learn public speaking in a homemaker's organization and carry the confidence into church leadership, community activism, teaching business, or professional life. She could master household accounts and become the person who understood the family's finances more clearly than the person whose name appeared on the paycheck. Useful knowledge did not remain obedient to the social purpose assigned to it. Once learned, it belonged to the learner. By evening, the differences between the girls remained visible in the journeys home. One steps from a school bus beside a farmhouse and changes clothes before beginning chores. Another walks through a segregated neighborhood toward a house where her mother has not yet returned from domestic work. Another enters a small apartment, checks on younger siblings, and starts supper before studying. Another rides past new suburban houses and imagines a kitchen like the one in class. Each may own an apron, a recipe notebook, a sewing project, and a certificate bearing nearly identical words about readiness. but readiness for what marriage, employment, service, leadership, survival, independence, or the continuous combination of them all. The curriculum offered one answer. Their lives would produce many. Soon the school year will end and the finished projects will travel home. A dress will hang inside a closet. Recipe card will enter a wooden box. Folded linens may be placed in a hope chest beside embroidered towels, and gifts saved for a future household. From the outside, the chest will look like preparation for marriage. Inside it will rest something more complicated, skills that could confine a girl to one role, help her endure that role, or give her the confidence to move beyond it. The final lesson will open that chest at night and ask what this training truly gave her, and how much of her future it had already attempted to choose. A hope chest was not simply a wooden box. It was a future arranged in folded layers. Late in the evening, after the homework was finished and the rest of the house had grown quiet, you lifted the heavy lid and looked inside. There were embroidered towels, pillowcases edged with careful stitching, perhaps a tablecloth, an apron, a recipe notebook, and a few small household objects saved for a home that existed only in imagination. Cedar or another familiar wood gave the interior its dry, reassuring scent. Tissue paper protected finer pieces. Initials might be sewn into linen belonging to a name you already carried, even though marriage could replace that name before the fabric was used. Every object represented preparation. The towels suggested guests. The pillowcases suggested a bedroom shared with someone not yet known. The tablecloth promised dinners, holidays, and a dining table that might be larger than the one in your parents' house. The chest looked romantic because the labour had already been folded out of sight. No scorched cuff failed, buttonhole burned, biscuit aching back, or grocery calculation disturbed the arrangement. The future rested quietly beneath the lid, polished by expectation, and smelling faintly of cedar. You placed the finished sewing project beside the linens and remembered the classroom where it began. The straight seam had taught control. The crooked seam had taught correction. A torn stitch was not the end of the garment if you knew how to remove it without damaging the cloth and begin again. Cooking had taught timing, measurement, heat, patience, and the importance of reading the entire set of instructions before taking an action that could not easily be reversed. Laundry had taught material knowledge. Budgeting had taught arithmetic under pressure. First aid had taught observation and restraint. Childcare had taught preparation, though no doll had managed to explain what exhaustion felt like. Hospitality had taught how to welcome another person into a room. Correspondence had taught that relationships survived partly because someone remembered to maintain them. These were serious accomplishments. A girl who mastered them was not merely decorative, sheltered, or passive. She could organize supplies, manage several tasks, solve practical problems, preserve resources, adapt when a plan failed, and keep other people fed, clothed, safe, and connected. The language surrounding the lessons may have been domestic, but the intelligence required was broad. A household was a complicated institution. Running one well demanded more than a cheerful disposition and a reliable cake recipe. The problem was not that the skills lacked value. The problem was how often their value was used to select the person who would perform them forever. A boy could learn cooking and become independent. A girl learned cooking and was told she was preparing for service. A boy could repair clothing as a practical necessity. A girl's mending was folded into an anticipated duty toward a husband and children. The classroom did not always say that she must marry, stay home, or abandon other ambitions. It did not need to. The model family appeared in every exercise. The imagined husband wore the shirt, earned the wage, arrived for dinner, and required a balanced meal. The imagined children filled the lunch boxes, dirtied. The clothes caught illnesses and tested the safety of the rooms. The imagined wife noticed everything. She existed in the assignment before the student had decided whether that life suited her. Repetition gave the arrangement the quality of nature. The future seemed less like one possibility among many, and more like a room that had already been furnished. And still many girls wanted that room. They wanted marriage children, familiar meals, holiday tables, and the satisfaction of creating a stable home. That desire was not foolish or false merely because advertisers, schools, churches, relatives, and institutions encouraged it. A woman could love domestic work, take pride in a clean kitchen, enjoy sewing clothes, preserve family recipes, and build a household rich in affection and memory. She could find authority in managing money, confidence in practical knowledge, and creativity in making limited resources beautiful. The home could be a place of belonging rather than confinement. It could be the center of family history, neighborhood, friendship, religious life, celebration, mourning, recovery, and care. The training sometimes prepared women remarkably well for those responsibilities. What it did not always prepare them for was the possibility that love and frustration could exist together. A woman might adore her children and still long for silence. She might value her home and still want paid work, education, travel, privacy, or recognition beyond it. She might enjoy cooking and resent being the only person expected to notice that everyone needed dinner. Contradiction did not mean failure. The culture often treated it as one. The hope chest also concealed the economic bargain behind the ideal. Domestic labor produced meals, clean clothing, healthy children, social connections, and the daily stability that allowed other family members to work or study. Yet much of this labor entered no payroll and created no independent account in the woman's name. Its value became most visible when it stopped. If the wife became ill-left, the household took paid employment or simply refused one task. The family discovered how many services had been quietly bundled into her role. Cooking had to be purchased or reassigned. Childcare required time or money. Laundry accumulated. Appointments were missed. Relatives went uncalled. The polished home had never been self-operating. It had been subsidized by attention. Training girls to perform these tasks well could protect families and make life more comfortable, but it also made the system easier to overlook. The more capable the woman became, the more effortless the household appeared. Excellence became camouflage. Some women used the training exactly as adults expected. Others rearranged it. Sewing became paid alteration work, fashion design, factory employment, teaching, or a small business conducted from the home. Cooking became restaurant work, catering institutional food service, nutrition study, or community leadership. Budgeting became bookkeeping. Child development lessons supported nursing education, social work, and professional childcare. The confidence gained through chapter meetings, demonstrations, and competitions traveled into colleges, offices, churches, civic organizations, and campaigns for change. Skills did not remain loyal to the narrow future attached to them. A woman who had learned to organize a household could organize employees. A girl who could explain a nutrition display before judges could speak before a board. A student who had balanced an imaginary family budget could recognize unfair wages with impressive clarity. The curriculum had offered tools. Women decided whenever circumstances allowed where else those tools might be used, but circumstances did not allow equally. Race, class, region, family income, disability, religion, and access to education shaped what happened when the classroom door closed. One girl's hope chest contained purchased linens and gifts. Another's contained pieces she had sewn from inexpensive fabric because buying them was impossible. One expected a private suburban kitchen. Another expected paid work and domestic responsibility at the same time. A black girl could master every standard of respectable womanhood and still face segregated housing, discriminatory employment, Unequal schools and public systems determined to deny her family the comfort those standards supposedly represented. A rural girl might carry technical knowledge back to a home without the appliances used in class. A working-class girl might marry, continue earning wages, care for relatives, and perform the same household tasks during the hours remaining. The training could help her survive these pressures. It could not make them fair. You close the lid for a moment, then open it again. The objects seem different now. The apron is not merely an emblem of service, it is protection for a dress that cost money. The recipe book is not merely a guide to pleasing a husband. It is a record of chemistry, memory, culture, thrift, and taste. The tablecloth is not only preparation for formal dinners, it may one day cover a table where children finish homework, bills are calculated, neighbours drink coffee, and difficult family news is received. The linens do not know how they will be used. They carry possibility as well as expectation. Perhaps that is the fairest way to understand the training. It gave girls abilities that were real, durable, and often deeply useful. It also surrounded those abilities with a story about what a woman's life should become. The skills belonged to the girl. The story was handed to her by everyone else. Years later, some women would remember home economics with affection. They would recall the smell of warm biscuits, the hum of sewing machines, the teacher who insisted they could correct a mistake, and the pride of carrying home a finished dress. Others would remember embarrassment, boredom, unequal expectations, or the feeling that their ambitions had been reduced to the condition of a pie crust. Many would remember both. History rarely offers us the convenience of a single emotion. The classroom could be practical and restrictive, encouraging and limiting, modern and traditional at the same time. It taught girls how to produce order in a complicated world. It did not always ask whether they wanted to be responsible for everyone else's order. The old classroom is quiet now. The ranges have cooled. Measuring cups sit inside the cupboards. A pressed apron hangs from its peg, and the sewing machines wait beneath their covers. Somewhere a wooden recipe box still holds cards marked with flour and vanilla. Somewhere else a hope chest remains at the foot of a bed, its linens used, inherited, donated, or forgotten. The girls who once practiced these skills grew into lives far more varied than the lesson plans predicted. They became homemakers, wage earners, mothers, teachers, nurses, business owners, organizers, artists, caretakers, students, and women who combined several roles until no title described the whole day. Some followed the prepared path willingly. Some changed direction. Some carried the skills with them while leaving the expectation behind. And now the lid closes softly. The cedar scent fades. You're no longer 16 years old in 1956, standing beside a future someone else has neatly folded for you. The room around you is your own again. You do not need to balance a household budget tonight. Press a collar, sanitize a practice kitchen, or produce 6 identical biscuits for inspection. Let the classroom settle into darkness. Let the sewing machines become quiet. Let the imaginary husband prepare his own breakfast for once. The recipe card can wait until morning.